Welcome in to another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, my beautiful people. I'm really sorry I'm late. I was not expecting to be so late, but I had something come up that I had to take care of. So that's why I wasn't on sooner, as I had intentionally had planned to be. So I decided, to take care of that. Someone needed me, so I had to step up, be there for them, and because it took longer than I had anticipated, um, I I was worn out, so I had to come home and take a nap, and so now here I am, beautiful people. So again, I'm sorry I'm so late. I know y'all were expecting me earlier tonight, but you know, sometimes I have to put even, myself and my needs and my wants, even my business, which many of y'all know this is my business, to the side to help people, my loved ones, when they need me. So thank you, beautiful people, for being here. And I always miss y'all when I'm not here with y'all. So thank you for joining me. So welcome in, beautiful people. I'm gonna go through and shuffle this deck for a minute and see what all is going on with y'all. What's been going on since I was here with y'all yesterday. And pull out my dice tarot too. I'm probably going to read a little bit with that. So if y'all are new here, welcome. If y'all been here before, welcome back, my beautiful people. My name's Amanda. I'm Tropical Empress in Spirit. And I do a general collective reading at the beginning of every stream. Okay, so my general collective covers all 12 signs. And it does not matter which sign you are. If you're here, you're part of the collective. And then I do paid readings after that. So if you want a personal paid reading, I have this board behind me that I'll give you all my prices, fees for that. So thank you for being here, beautiful people. I hope y'all are well. And since it is technically Tuesday now, at least for me, it's 4 in the morning. Happy Tuesday morning to y'all. Maybe it's afternoon, depending on where y'all are at in the world. So I'm going to get into this one deck, see what's going on with y'all. And then I'm going to roll some of my tarot dice and see what else Spirit wants to share with y'all for the general collective. So, beautiful people, this is a general collective. It's not a personal reading. Take what messages resonate and leave behind the rest. If something doesn't fit, please don't force it to fit. Again, it's a general collective. It's not a personal reading. All right, Spirit. What's going on with everyone right now, please? Well, Spirit feels the need to tell y'all it's time to open the door. I feel like there's something new coming in, that they're wanting you to expand, have a more open view. There's even a need here to see things from a higher perspective, a higher point of view. I know for some of y'all, it feels like you're going through an ascension stage or phase where you might even feel like some would call it as like a spiritual enlightenment, where you might be experiencing some odd symptoms that don't seem to match up with, what you think you should be feeling, or you go see a doctor and say, Doc, I feel very tired, fatigued, is there something wrong? Which going through a spiritual awakening, I know for many, can be very draining. It can be very taxing. It can be very frustrating, and even for some, it can cause a lot of sadness. It can cause, an array of emotions. So Spirit wants you to expand on that, to not be afraid of it. Hi, Bob. How you doing, baby? Good day to you. I'm sorry I'm late. All right, Spirit, what else? And Spirit wants to remind you that there's support all around you. Whether you're going through a spiritual enlightenment right now, whether you're going through some hardship, struggles, personal issues, This could apply in any aspect of your life. Spirit wants to remind you that there are people in your circle who are here to love and support you. So I feel like there's a need to kind of take it easy and, lean on them for a change instead of trying to carry all the weight yourself. I know some of us can carry a lot of pride where we don't like to lean on other people. We don't want to feel like we're a burden to others, but Spirit's encouraging you to lean on those you can trust. That's, what friends are for, as the saying goes. So lean on your loved ones. They want to help you and be supportive to you just all the times that you've been there and been loving and supportive to them. Because there's a need to kind of take it easy. Um, this card is talking about take it easy, take a rest. Even, give some self-care to yourself for a change. I feel like some of y'all keep giving so much of yourself to someone else and you end up putting yourself last. So Spirit, wants you to remember that you count too, that you're just as important as everyone else. As y'all often hear me say, you can't fill up other people's cups if your cup is going bare bone dry or it's already empty. You need someone to pour in your cup too. So do not feel like you're being selfish by asking or expecting others to be there or even having to take a step back. It's okay to take a step back for yourself. Sometimes it's good to shut out the world and shut out the people around you for a day or two just to recharge. Because I feel like if you were to take a step back and take some time for yourself, I feel like there will be something that's going to come to you that you've been kind of waiting on. I feel like you're waiting on a sign or a message from the universe that there's something that's beneath the surface that you'll get that answer. You may even find there's a creative idea that comes to mind, or you have an epiphany. You've been maybe working on a project and you're like, but this doesn't look right. It's like there's still something missing or something else I'm supposed to be doing. Spirit's saying if you take a day rest for yourself and just kind of let everything go, leave everything, you know, to the side and just do whatever feels right for you in that moment. Not try and focus on anything specific, just, be in the moment, be with yourself, be alone with your thoughts, allow yourself to, think loudly. Those ideas, those thoughts, that epiphany is going to come through for you. I even feel like that there you'll get a pleasant surprise from someone. I pick up an energy from someone that you're going to get a visit. Either you're going to get a knock on the door or someone's going to reach out to you that you didn't expect to hear from. Like it's someone I feel like you haven't heard from or been in contact with recently. And I say like 4 weeks, 4 months maybe, or roughly around that time frame. All right, Spirit, what else? Let's see. Oh, Spirit can't give me the whole deck now. One card at a time, please. What else, Spirit? And Spirit wants to remind you you're stronger than you give yourself credit for. I tell y'all this all the time. Spirit wants you to step into your strength, your power. You are strong beyond measure, is what this card says. You are strong beyond measure. You may not think you are, you may not see yourself that way, but the divine sees you this way. And they want to remind you, you are this. You're like that tiger, that saying, eye of the tiger. You possess that. Maybe you've forgotten that, but it's still buried within you, deep within. So do not feel like you are weak or you are a failure or you're not going to succeed or you don't have it to persevere because Spirit's saying you do. And they want to remind you of this. Let's see. Before I forget, Bob, I know you like to play with the trolls, but let's see. I'm not moved for the nonsense. And yeah, you're rude. Both of y'all. See you, bye. Don't need your nonsense. Thank you. I don't ask for a lot. I like to think I give a lot of myself, but please do not come into my chat and feel like you're entitled. And please don't come into my chat and feel like that you don't have to show any courtesy. Be polite. At least say hi. You know, I'm in the western part of the world. Maybe you're from a different part of the world. I don't know. What I know is where I'm from, here in the US, we acknowledge people. We say hi, whether we know you or not. That's the least we can do to anyone, is at least say hello before we come in making demands. And, you know, when we ask something from someone, we remember our manners. We remember to say please and thank you. I mean, it doesn't cost anything to be kind, you know, to be polite, to be courteous. Hello, Omar. All right, what else, Spirit? What else does it collect the new year? Okay, I'll take that one, Spirit. Thank you. You know, walk in beauty is what this card says. And it says wondrous universe. And it's like a magician. It's like Merlin. You know, this makes me feel like the magician card. This is like, you know, the magician card in the tarot is someone who has all the tools they need to manifest, to create what it is they want for themselves, you know. So let's just say, for an example, say that you're wanting to build a home. Spirit saying you have all the tools you need, the knowledge, the wisdom. Maybe you may not be able to physically be able to build that house yourself, but you know the steps to take to have it built, to manifest this. You know, maybe it's a matter of resources. Spirit saying you have all that wisdom and knowledge gained already to know to, you know, what to do to go out there and apply for a loan, or maybe you got to work on your credit right now before you can raise it up to where maybe you get that approval for a loan to buy a home. Whatever this is, that's just an example. Spirit wants to remind you that you have all this. The universe is yours. You know, you manifest what it is you want into your life. You know, so your thoughts are very powerful. They're very transformative. And this is a very transformative time for all of us. You know, you may not feel it that way, but Spirit's saying it is. And I've been getting this for the last 4 or 5 months now. In fact, I started picking up the end of last year that there's a lot of changes, but changes for the good. You know, even though those changes may challenge us, they may even take us to our breaking point. There's something better that's coming in behind it. And they want you to know you're in control to manifest, to create what comes in behind it, the beauty that surrounds you. Even just taking a walk in nature, you know, you just never know. That might be the time you take a walk in nature and you have that epiphany that goes off, you know, where you think of a great creative idea that no one's thought of before. And now you feel like you know exactly what to do to bring it to life. That's manifesting. That's the magician. Be in that powerful energy. Welcome it all in. Beautiful people. You are more capable. And as I said, stronger than you give yourself credit for. You know, don't allow anyone else to tell you you're not. Don't listen to them. Don't give your power away. Be that beacon. Be that leader for others, is what Spirit says. Be this wise leader. We need people like you to lead, you know, the world, you know, and it doesn't mean you have to have this big, huge, fancy title, have money, you know, whatever you think you need to have to be a leader. You know, maybe it's just leading your family to success. Maybe it's leading, you know, a small group of, you know, the youth. Maybe it's being that manager, that supervisor at your company. You are this wise leader. And Spirit's wanting to remind you, you hold that light, you hold that hope for others. People look to you for direction. They look to you for answers. They look to you to guide them. So Spirit's saying, take that power, but use it for good and guide them. They believe in you, that you will guide them right, because you are the light. You're the beacon of light. What else, Spirit? And open your heart, beautiful people. Open your heart to joy, to love, to success, to believing, just to be you. You know, so many of us out there don't feel like we're capable of love, or people aren't capable of loving us because we feel like that people won't accept us for who we are. Yes, they will. Okay, stop wearing a mask for people in order to get others to like you and accept you. The people who are gonna like you and accept you are the ones who are gonna show up and be there. They're gonna love you for exactly who you are. They don't want you to change anything about you. And the ones who don't, that's okay. Don't hold it against them. You know, maybe they're meant for other people. That's okay too. Wish them well. But don't be afraid to open your heart to give people a chance, you know, and don't just assume that, oh, that person would never, date me, or no, that person would never see me or want to be friends with me. I got too many problems. I got too much of this, or I got too much of that. Or you think they got too much of a good thing. You know, don't think that way. That's thinking of lack. And that's what Spirit's saying right here. You're the magician. Stop thinking you're lack. You're not lacking anything. You are a leader. Okay? Be strong in this. But believe, open your heart to love and joy and happiness and success, and it shall be yours. If you haven't made it happen already, it will be. Alright, Spirit, one more. And then I'm going to get into my dice tarot. One more message, Spirit. And here it is right here. If you think you can't overcome anything, here's your other reminder. Overcoming obstacles. You can overcome anything. Anything. Anything and everything. You can overcome it. But it's up to you to believe that within yourself. You know, don't, allow other people's doubts to creep in to make you doubt yourself. You know, and don't allow those roadblocks to be what holds you back. You know, break through those barriers. You know, it's meant to be a challenge, it's an obstacle, but it's meant to challenge you for you to be better and do better. So you can know better, so you can be prepared for the next level up. You know, I'm not saying that life is always meant to be hard, because it's not, but it's as hard as we allow it to be. And some of that's our own, you know, creation. You know, we make it as hard as it is, or we can make it as easy as we want it to be. You know, I understand there's unfortunate circumstances and scenarios that happen that's out of our control. I do understand that too. But most things that do happen, those obstacles, it's either something of our own doing, or it's something the universe did to challenge us, to make us break free of our doubts, to make us grow and evolve, because that's what we're here for. We're here to grow. So don't have a narrow mind. Don't have a closed mind. Don't think there isn't more for you to learn, because Spirit says there's a heck of a lot more out there for you to learn. Alright, now I'm going to pull my other deck. Alright, Spirit, what's going on with y'all? What's some of the messages, Spirit? Show me. Show me present energy, Spirit. What's the overall theme of this for the collective? What do they need to hear right now? Alright, Spirit. Alright, Spirit. Show me, please. Alright. Some of y'all feel like y'all been left out in the cold. There's a sense of a great loss. This can be material. This can be an actual loss of a loved one. You know, that could be someone who's passed on recently, or this can be a loss of a relationship, whether this is friendship or even a romantic partner. Um, there's a heavy weight here. There's a heavy burden I feel with this. Um, I feel like Spirit wants to remind you again that you're stronger than you give yourself credit for. And this too shall pass. I just want to see what this is about. Show me, Spirit. What does this pertain to? Which dice? Oh, I want this. Jedi, Ninja, you are correct. But what my mod's saying to you is, don't be disrespectful to me. So, and don't take that personally. He's looking out for me. Jedi, there's no reason to be that way. Okay? Don't, you know, there's no reason to take offense to that. He's my moderator. He's here to protect me. Okay? You gotta understand, there's a lot of people that come into my chat, and I see him do it to a lot of people. And they're trolls. And they try and cause problems. So he was just reminding you to be respectful to me. Hi, Judith. How you doing, beautiful? Yeah, because I came on late. I didn't come on at 10 o'clock like I had initially planned. Like y'all know, I'm normally here at. So, only been here less than 30 minutes. So, how you doing, beautiful? Hey, Bishop. Alright, Spirit. What does this involve? This loss. 4 swords. Yeah, there's a need to take a breather. I feel like this still involves, for someone, this is a relationship. Spirit, show me. What is it? What else? Yeah. I feel like someone, lost their wishes they thought would come true. I feel like someone was kept in the dark here about something. I get the 9 of Cups here, and I had the 4 of Swords before it. The 4 of Swords is all about taking a step back, relaxing, even, you know, contemplating, going within, just kind of enjoying the moment, thinking about things. But this involves your 9 of Cups. So for some of y'all, this is a relationship. For others, this has to do with your material. This has to do with either maybe you lost your home. This has to do with a loss of an opportunity, I feel. I just heard job prospect. But you feel deeply in lack of something. And I pick up that Spirit saying, though you think it was what you were meant to have, Spirit saying it's not. That there is something else, you know, that as much as we think we see ourselves doing something or being with someone, you know, and we feel like this is our wishes being granted, being answered to us, what we may not know is there might be something down the road that says differently, but we can't see that, you know, only the divine can. So though you may think that you lost out, you know, and you were hurt by it, Spirit saying don't hold on to that, because they got something else better for you. So if you feel like you were meant to have this thing, this job, this even this person, there's something else better in store for you. They were shielding you from something. Hi, Buttercup. How you doing, honey? What else, Spirit? Let me see. What else, Spirit? You garden and cleaned out the wood burner. Hey, baby, you want to come work in my yard? I need some bushes planted. Bob's like, yeah, right. I'll be on the next plane out, Amanda. All right, Spirit, what else? And you know, beautiful people, because I do feel like for someone, this was a possible love connection. And I feel like what you may not know, just based on this card coming out, is this person that was hiding something from you. I feel like they have an addictive personality of some kind that you weren't made aware of. So though they may have checked off all the boxes for you every way else, but there's this one thing that you didn't know about. So I feel like this is what Spirit was protecting you from. So I feel like because this person has an addiction of some kind, it would have led you down a greater road of loss, not just heartbreak, but like you might lose everything and have your whole world turned on its head. So again, beautiful people, that was the divine trying to protect y'all from something that wasn't meant to be. I'm gravy, honey. Thank you for asking. I know I came on late. I know I was supposed to be here at 10 p.m. last night, but I ended up going through and had to take care of something. So I just came on at 4 o'clock a.m. my time, and it's 4:30 now. A purple pink flash. I did see a flash. Where did you see it, Bishop? Did you see it to this side of me or this side of me? Your Wi-Fi is doing its own thing today. Well, beautiful. You gotta love technology. All right, Spirit, what else? Yeah, I don't feel like this person would have given you enough of themselves. This person, whoever this involves, if this involves, again, beautiful people, if this involves like a relationship of some kind, it doesn't have to be romantic, though I'm picking that up, but say friends or family. I feel like there's an addiction here you weren't made aware of. And I also pick up, like, I got the Six of Pentacles here. Here it is. 6. And here's the Scales, Pentacles. I feel like it wasn't going to be a give and take. I feel like you would have been giving more than receiving. It took over the whole screen for a split second. No, I didn't see that, Bishop. But it may not have been meant for me to see. And you know, it could have been on your end too. I've seen spirit orbs. It may look like they're appearing, you know, in the background, but really they're showing up on my screen. Like, you know, I can see it on this end. So I'm wondering if maybe it's like, instead of you thinking like you see it on my end, it actually appeared like on your screen, literally. So, all right, Spirit, what else? Because I actually had a blue one to do that to me earlier tonight. It appeared right on my computer screen. All right, Spirit, what else? Show me. What else does the collective need to be made aware of? Anything, Spirit? Thank you. Justice. What does this pertain to, Spirit? Show me. Yep. Again, there's this heaviness of loss. lack, being without. I get the Five of Pentacles right here. There's the five, and this is the mountain. This is earth. Pentacles is earth element. And I pulled out Archangel Ragu, which is justice, discipline, and harmony. I feel like though, um, you may feel like you don't have enough right now. Maybe you feel like you don't have everything you need. Spirit wants to remind you otherwise. And again, this might be a time to reevaluate your expenses. There's a need to be more disciplined with what you're doing with your money right now. An example that would be like, um, maybe you're used to going by, we'll just say, the gas station and getting a soda when you go and get gas every day on your way to work. Maybe it's time to stop going inside and getting that soda. Maybe it's time to bring your soda from home, or um, get water instead. Like, you got to watch your money is what I'm picking up. So if you really don't feel like you're just getting by, or you don't have enough, spirits want you to be more disciplined. Those little luxuries, it's time to let them go until you have enough, until you're in a better position financially to be able to have those things again. Otherwise, you're going to keep being in this time of lack and loss, with the Five of Pentacles coming out. And like I said, what's coming out to me is discipline. You want harmony, you want balance again, you want justice. Well, it's going to come to you depending on your actions right now, how you handle the situation. What's your next moves? Um, what are you foreseeing happening in the next few weeks to a month? I'm not talking just, long term, but here in the coming days or weeks. You know, what do you see? We all got bills we got to pay every month. Do you have enough to pay those bills, for an example? And if you don't, then Spirit's kind of saying, so if you don't have enough to pay, cover your expenses, well, maybe it's time to stop again. Stopping by the gas station and picking up a soda every day. It may only seem like a couple bucks, depending on where you live, but those couple bucks add up quickly. So, hold on, y'all. My foot was itching. What else there? Oh, Judith stole your crown. I'm sorry, Bob. I think she stole my crown, too. Oh, show me, Spirit. Alright. Family. Clarify this, Spirit. What does this have to do with family? No, do this. Family. What about family, Spirit? Okay, I don't know who this is, but I got family out here. Parent, child. And I have the Magician here. And the moon also came out. For, I guess it doesn't matter, ladies, gents. Is it possible that someone's pregnant that you don't know about? Or, and I mean, like, I'm not saying you're either pregnant or you got someone pregnant, but I'm picking up like there's someone in your circle who's pregnant, but you don't know this yet. And is this going to be a happy surprise to you? I guess that depends on who you are. Oh, no, what, Judith? Taking my crown? Hey, honey, I don't mind sharing my crown with y'all. Yeah, someone's going to be a grandparent soon, I get. Someone's going to be an aunt or an uncle soon. Or someone's going to be a parent themselves. So, yikes. Congratulations to whoever that is. Parent, child, family. I feel like you're going to be happy about it. Maybe that'll be a pleasant surprise for y'all. Maybe that's the knock on the door or the phone call y'all going to get. What else, Spirit? And no, don't be looking at me, beautiful people. I'm not pregnant, okay? That ain't gonna happen. Explorer, wonder, service, bringing value. What is this involving, Spirit? Someone's traveling soon. I get the Explorer card. What is this pertaining to, Spirit? Uh-oh. There's a heavy burden here. 10 of Wands. So y'all are carrying a lot of burdens. I feel like those burdens doesn't necessarily involve you. I feel like it involves someone else. There's the 10, and here's the 1. And I have the Explorer card. And I have the service card, bringing value. I feel like this involves possibly this even. I feel like someone might be traveling. Maybe you just learned that your son or daughter is getting ready to be a parent, and you're going to be first-time grandparents, and, you know, you're excited and want to help them, you know, take care of your grandbaby. Boy, girl, don't matter. I feel like for some of y'all, this is even a child that, you know, might still be living in the home. And because they might still be very young themselves, not saying they're underage, but I feel like a young adult. Like so someone who just became an adult like in the last year or two. I feel like there's someone here that's going to be pregnant or is already pregnant or they got someone pregnant, and it's going to come with a lot of challenges, I feel. A lot of burdens that you may end up having to take on more because of your child being so young. They obviously aren't established yet. And so they're going to need a lot of help. And I feel like they're going to also need your assistance, you know, both physically, but I feel like even materially. So think financially. Like I said, for someone else, I feel like you're going to be traveling to them soon. If you're not already, you're getting ready to travel to them to help take on this role. Being a grandmother, grandfather. Oh my goodness. I mean, you know, don't look at me, y'all. I'm just a messenger, Judith. I hear you. I mean, I'm 44, so I ain't having no babies. Let's just make that clear, okay? Amanda don't want to be a mom, okay? I'm only a mother by marriage, and that child's grown, so I did that whole mother role. I ain't trying to have no kids. So any of my family members, y'all pregnant, y'all on y'all own. I'm not taking on no kids. Oh no. I love kids, don't get me wrong, but nope. I don't want to raise anyone else's kids. Not right now. Nope. What else, Spirit? Oh dear. Let go of what, Spirit? Spirit wants you to have the courage to put others first. Okay? And I can't make this up, y'all. Okay? Do not shoot the messenger. But here it is, caretaker. Put others first. So again, even though it might, like I said, come with a lot of burdens, Spirit wants you to have the strength and the courage, you know, to put them first. So there's a huge need to be in service, to kind of sacrifice yourself some to help someone else. And like I said, this could be your child because they're getting ready to have your grandbaby, or this could even be a sibling that's getting ready to make you an aunt or an uncle. This could even be a cousin, or this just can be a friend that's going to look at you to be like their child's godmother or godfather. Like, that's how it fits. But there's a need to want to help and be service to others when it comes to this. So Spirit's asking you to have a lot of strength. Kind of look past the judgment I get. Don't come down on them so hard, even if it doesn't seem like it's the ideal time to be bringing life into this world. Things happen, alright? So, you live and you learn what the Spirit wants y'all to know when it comes to this. Ooh, Page of Cups, yep. Understand me, beautiful people. You yourself might not even be a parent, okay? But maybe, like I said, this is either a friend that looks to you like a brother or sister. So this is something that's going to be new territory for you, something that you've never experienced before because you haven't had children of your own to raise. So it's going to be a challenge, but you're going to take it, I feel like, um, with a lot of hope and a lot of love. And you're going to do the best you can because I have the Page of Cups here, which is just telling me this is someone who's never experienced this before. This is someone who's um, not necessarily naive. You just don't have any experience with being a parent. You don't know what to do. You're not going to always have the answers or be sure. And it might even scare you some. But I feel like it's going to be a very exciting time too because I feel like, whoever's having this child, I feel it's going to bring you a lot of love and hope and joy. Um, it even might light something within your soul that you didn't even know you were missing. And I feel like, both this person and their child's going to teach you a lot more about yourself too. I feel like you're going to grow more from it. As long as you only have them from 9 to 5. I hear you, beautiful. Hey, I went to California back when y'all know I'm from California, but like when my brother's baby's mother called me and said she needed me to come home, and she wouldn't tell me why. She said she just needed me there. So I got on the next flight the next day out, and come find out, long story short, there was a drive-by shooting on her street, and the people shot up the house right next door to her. But a bullet actually went through her house too, so she was really scared. And naturally, as a mother, she's scared for her son and daughter, my brother's two kids, my niece and nephew. So I went out there and was the protective auntie, and um, I spent 6 weeks with them. And let me tell you, I was worn out. I was so worn out, I couldn't even keep my head up anymore. So I get it, beautiful. I was there round the clock with them, 9 to 5, like a daytime job. That's how you train it, Judith. Hi, Karen. How you doing, beautiful? How you feeling? I'm gravy, honey. Thank you for asking. How about you? What else, Spirit? What else does the collective need to know? A couple more messages, and then I'm going to pull a couple oracle cards for y'all. Anything else, Spirit? Well, success is coming in. There's a need to be patient, though. I feel like y'all are working on something. I feel like this has to do with your career. Um, Possibly a project. If you're questioning yourself or having any doubts, Spirit's saying don't. It's going to be successful. You're going to be successful in this. And I feel the need to tell you that even if things don't seem like they're working out right now at this very moment, even though you put in a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy into this project or into this job, and maybe it hasn't um met to your standards. You know, maybe you're like a salesperson, for an example, and you got a set amount of sales you're supposed to meet by the end of the month in order to get your commission. And so maybe business has been slow right now. Spirit saying don't give up. Okay, maybe business is slow right now, but business is going to pick up where you're going to find success in this. It just takes you being patient. Keep working at it. Stay focused, and you will come out in success, I feel. That's what I'm picking up. Oh no, you're still in the hospital. I'm sorry to hear that, honey. What else, Spirit, show me? Confirm, Spirit. Page of Cups again. No, that's Knight of Cups. So, show me, Spirit. King of Cups. Yeah, I pick up, I got cups here. Let me show y'all. I got the water sign, and I got 12. This dice only goes to 12, but I rolled it against to see if I would get a 5 or a 6, which would tell me it's King of Cups. So I feel like this is you. You know, I feel like you're very giving, and I feel like you're very dedicated to this job, to this project. I feel like you have a lot of passion. You've given a lot of love, a lot of yourself into this. I feel like you've given a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this. And I feel like this is, for some of y'all, this is like a stepping stone. It may not be where you see yourself staying. It may not be where you see yourself even retiring. But I feel like there's a lot here you can learn. And Spirit saying this is what you need to achieve, to go up the ladder, to go to the next level, the next step, the next stage, where you want to achieve more, where I feel like you want the achievement, the recognition, and the material financial rewards that come with it, of your dedication, your hard work. But it still means that you're going to have to still be giving of yourself to others, because going through this trial is what Spirit said. This is going to be a trial. Trial and error is what I just heard. It's going to come with a lot of wisdom, a lot of understanding, a lot of knowledge that you need to obtain to be successful and to see this through. Like maybe you want to be an entrepreneur. So being in sales right now is teaching you how to sell a product, which will help you to be able to sell whatever it is that you intend on creating your business around. Whether it's selling a product, a service, you'll understand the sales side of things. So don't feel like you're not going to make it there. This is where you're supposed to learn. You know, the trial and error is here. So if you do mess up, at least you're going to find those mistakes now and how to correct them. So that way, if you go out on your own and start your own business, or you go to a different company that will give you a higher wage, you know, you learn those errors and those ways now, so they don't come back later and bite you in the butt. Ouch. Oh, I was off for the weekend, beautiful. I mean, I took Friday and Saturday off. I I was gonna plan. I had initially thought I was gonna be off Sunday too, but I missed y'all too much, so I had to come online Sunday night, and then this would be Monday night for me, even though I came on late. But yeah, I was gone for a couple days. You didn't notice, Karen? What else? Page of Swords, Air, and this 11 tells me it's Swords. Or page, I mean, sorry. Had it backwards. 11's page. This is Air for Swords. There's a need for clarity. There's a need to look through all the confusion. I pick up an energy of someone that's going to try and confuse you. I pick up an energy of someone that's not ready to, really, Spirit, welcome you to the team, because I feel like someone doubts your potential. I feel like there's someone in your circle, on your team, within your workplace who does not see you growing. They don't see you being able to contribute and bring to the table what everyone else there brings. So it's going to create confusion, and it's going to create doubts even in your own mind. The Spirit is saying again, this is the challenge. This is your test. This is where your clarity will come to the forefront, to where I feel like you're going to be a great problem solver. Like, I pick up an energy where you would be one of those people who will meet with a customer, and the customer is going to know the answer or know how to address it and fix it, but you're going to know. So you're going to bring different elements to the team that's going to make it more successful, that's going to make your company more fruitful. So you're going to be victorious with this clarity. You're going to get a sign of some kind, is the other thing Spirit just said. All right, Spirit, what else? Give me one more. Y'all's Wi-Fi and phone's been acting up. Is that what y'all saying? I mean, mine's, you know, because I'm out here in the sticks, as y'all know. So sometimes my internet's good. Sometimes, you know, it acts a little wacky. Yeah, y'all feel overworked too. I feel that I feel that heaviness. I heard someone say, Amanda, but I've already paid my dues. When am I going to get my rewards? Spirit saying you're going to have to be a little more patient. Stop feeling like you're not worthy. Stop feeling like you haven't given enough. Or maybe there's still something else here you're supposed to learn. Spirit wants you to still be determined. Even if you feel overworked right now, you know, you feel out of balance, you feel like you've been thrown against the ropes, like you feel like you're backed into a corner and you're not getting anywhere and nobody's showing you, you know, what you may be doing right instead of focusing on what you're doing wrong. There's this need to maybe address even those things, you know, with alone with yourself. Like, okay, well, I know I did all these things right, and I know I've, you know, given a lot of time and worked overtime or given extra hours to this to getting this project off the ground or making sure this customer, this client is taken care of, but I still don't feel like I'm being recognized for my hard work. And why? You're questioning, like, why am I not getting rewarded for this? You know, I feel like someone's wanting to either looking for that raise or you're wanting to ask your boss for that raise, but you're fearful that they won't recognize your hard work and effort and you feel like they're going to reject you um, because you feel like they don't value you. Like they make I get this energy of someone who just doesn't feel like you feel like you're worthy, or they don't make you feel like you're worthy, like you've earned it. But Spirit's saying, you're not going to know until you ask, you know, but just because you're not being recognized or rewarded now, right at this moment for your hard work, doesn't mean that you won't soon be recognized. Keep going. Sometimes some things just take time to manifest or for others to see you the way you see yourself and what you contribute. But be determined. Don't allow it to get you down, is what I pick up. All right, Spirit. Can I just get some overall advice for people, please? In fact, I want this tarot deck. Where'd it go? Which tarot deck, Spirit? Oh, I'll take this one. Thank you. Hi, Liddy. How you doing, honey? Goodbye, Spirit. For the collective, please. What's the other advice? How do you think it's going to turn out? Alright, Spirit, show me. What's the other advice here for the collective? Alright, clarify clarify this, Spirit. Again, there's a need that you're seeking answers. Spirit wants you to seek those answers, but they want you to go within yourself. There could even be an older person here. That's the hermit that has those answers. But the hermit's more so, I feel like it's representing you. There's this need to go inward into self-discovery mode to kind of seek those answers within. You know, if you're feeling like right now you're at your wit's end and you're even deciding, you know, should you make your move now or should you wait? I feel like if you were to rush into making a decision now, I feel like you're gonna jump a couple steps that you need to learn. Those steps you can't skip over them. Because even though you're coming in, the clarity is this Knight of Swords, so you're rushing in, you know, taking all that knowledge, you've learned all you need to learn, you feel, and you're ready to apply it, you're ready to step up to the plate, to the next challenge. There's still something missing here between these two cards that I feel that you need to learn. There's a misstep here. So do not rush to judgment, because I feel like it's going to hurt you in the end. So Spirit wants you to be this hermit. Go withinward to ask yourself, your higher self, ask your spirit team. You know, there's a need to have faith. Have faith in yourself, but faith in the divine, that they're going to lead you right. One more, Spirit. What else does the collective need to hear to help them? Please and thank you. There's a thing about y'all stability. Ten of Pentacles. Ooh, and I can't show her because she's naked. Let's see, what can I use to cover this up? Okay. Here's Ten of Pentacles. This is all about your security, your security, your stability, your legacy. So for some of y'all, this applies to like your family, your relationships. For others, this applies to your material, to your career. You know, even to some of y'all, if y'all are retired, this applies to this. People see you as the star in their lives. And I feel like Spirit wants to remind you that you're the star of your own life too. You provide healing, you provide light, you provide the guidance, you provide even maybe some of those resources to people who need it, you know, because you have this stability, even if it's just, you know, being grounded with wisdom, with knowledge, with experience, being able to give the right advice, the right direction. There seems to be a need to, again, having to guide someone else, because there's a younger energy I feel I keep picking up on that's looking to you to even help balance them out. But I feel like you got to be careful. There's an energy here of someone who could end up being a little too needy. That might be, it might become a codependency type of thing. So be careful with that too. But this is a time for healing as well. The star can be healing. And it's also, to me, it also represents sometimes your own intuition, your own bright light, your own guidance. You know, it's even a connection to me sometimes to the divine directly. You know, as the star, you shine this brighter light for people out in the world. And it doesn't have to be like out, you know, like a celebrity type, you know, or on social media, but in your community. I get this energy, because you are like this hermit, you know, filled with wisdom, and you provide this type of stability, this mental, emotional, spiritual, maybe in financial stability, that you bring so much more healing and strength to people who lean on you. They look to you as that bright shining star in the sky, like a wish fulfillment coming true. So just be careful that, again, you don't give too much of yourself away to the people who don't value it, you know, because some will try and suck you dry. So just be careful, beautiful people. All right. Put this this card there. Overworked. Spirit, just give me some advice when it comes to family real quick. There's a need for family here. What advice do you have for people when it comes to family relationships, dynamics? Wish fulfillment. Again, I feel like you're a wish fulfillment for someone. Clarify this, Spirit. Dreams coming true. You're this nurturing, loving person. Queen of Pentacles. With the Nine of Cups, you're like someone's answered prayers, I feel. Like the Queen of Pentacles is someone who is very nurturing, like your mother, grandmother. You know, they bring a lot of love, a lot of care. You know, they're like that person who um, they want to share all their love and, you know, resources with you. So, like, let's just say if you know, got sick, they'd be the ones that would want to go in that kitchen and make you a bowl of soup and then, you know, put you in bed and, you know, wrap you up in a nice warm blanket, you know, make you as comfortable as possible. Um, and I feel like that's who you are to your family, to your close relationships. Um, but again, I feel like there's someone here who's going to try and take advantage of this. Um, I just heard someone's going to overstay their welcome, and I feel like that can even create problems. So make sure if someone's coming to visit you, that you make it clear this is a visit. You know, like if someone's fallen on hard times and they just call you up, say, look, I just temporarily need a place to live right now until I get back on my feet. Make it clear, put it on a timeline of how much time they're being given, that you'll give to them to be there for them, to be their support system until they get back on their feet. And then once that time period's run out, then it's like you got to have a plan. You need to leave and stick to that. Otherwise, it's going to create a lot of problems because I have this Tower card coming in and I got to cover him because he's naked too. But there's this Tower right here that will come in and havoc all crashing down around you if you're not careful. And it can ruin your relationships too. So be careful with this person. You know, we all have this loving natural need to want to be there for others, to give what we have to give. But again, sometimes some people can take advantage and bleed us dry. So don't allow this person to bleed you dry and take advantage. Just be careful, beautiful people, of this. I know you love this person. I know you'd want to give them the world if you have it. But there's a need to conserve a little bit too, I feel. All right. Y'all fighting over the crown again? Should I go ahead and make me my own crown? You took your crown back, Bob. Well, at least Eternal's not here to fight you for it yet. Are you leaving, Judith? If you are, beautiful, have a good night, morning. You know I'll be back tonight. I'll try and make sure I'm here on time at 10 p.m. I'm going to try, y'all. I can't be positive, though, because I do have a meeting, and I don't know how long my meeting's going to take, so it should be over with by then, but just in case. 6 of Wands, victory. Victory and success is coming in for y'all. I feel like Spirit wants to let y'all know whatever it is you're working on achieving, the relationships, you know, the plans you're making, the steps you plan on taking, things you're already putting in motion, you're going to still find your success, even if you feel like you've been overworked or been stretched to your max. There's still a need to conserve a little bit for yourself. And as long as you can do that, you'll be able to get through this difficult time, even if it feels like you're carrying around all these extra burdens. So Just don't lose sight of yourself in this. Don't lose yourself in this. If you can do that, you'll find yourself in success here. All right. Okay, beautiful people. I'm going to get to the oracle cards now. Let's see. Put this to the side. List a few oracle cards I pulled for y'all. Ouch. All right, beautiful people. I have here from the guys of the Hidden Realms. This is called Happy, Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise. And this card says, it's time to remember how to play and have some fun. Your life is an ever unfolding adventure, not something you're meant to control and plan and nitpick. When you wake up each morning, say to the divine, surprise me, and mean it. Sometimes the task at hand calls for you to become a blank page and ask spirit to write your story. The way you live your life is the love story you give back. You have come so far and gained so much wisdom. Now is the time to step into your life with curiosity. Recognize all you've integrated, your healed pain, the challenges you've overcome, the lessons finally learned, the love you've nurtured, the loves you've lost, and all your hard-won achievements. You are now in a position to truly help others who need it. You can genuinely celebrate the happy, healthy, wealthy, wise within you. So celebrate this person. Celebrate yourself for all you are, for all you've become, for all you've endured, for all you've lost. All those different things from the past that has, happened to you and you've experienced has molded you into who you are today. And that's a person you need to be proud of. There's a lot of success in that, you know, even though you may have felt like, you've just been dragged across the coals, we'll say, you're still here, right? That's an accomplishment itself. So, we're all trying to do our best living this, thing we call life. And for each of us, that life is going to be experienced. Our journey is going to be a little different from one another. But still, it doesn't mean it's always been easy on us, right? You know, we've had great successes along our way, but we've endured a lot of pain, struggles, heartache, losses, and so on. But you're still here. You're healthy, you're strong, you're wise. So Spirit's saying celebrate that. Celebrate you. If someone else around you doesn't acknowledge that in you, doesn't acknowledge your strength, your potential, all that you've come to be, all your achievements, you celebrate you. Do you need a cheering crowd to celebrate you, to recognize the beautiful you? I would celebrate you. Spirit's saying celebrate you now. Do something fun. Enjoy life. Live it up a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. And then the animal card, the animal spirit card I pulled for y'all is the goose. And this is inner knowing. You are brave. You are a brave traveler. Your soul knows the way. Be confident. You will achieve your destination. Loyal friends are always with you. Don't worry, you are blessed. Let yourself fly. Be the goose. Let yourself fly. Have that inner knowing. Be confident again in you. Celebrate you, your achievements, all of you. Spread your wings and fly. Fly to the skies. Sky's the limit. You know this. Believe in this without needing the recognition of others. It's not about being arrogant. It's about recognizing the goodness you have and your own potential and your growth, where you can take a step back and look up at yourself from a year ago to today. How much have you changed? Have you grown for the better? What have you done in this past year? When I mean by past year, I mean from, we're in July, so from last July to this July. Do you see the changes? Do you see where you've grown? Do you see what you've endured? The challenges, the obstacles that you thought might break you didn't. And then all your successes that even, you thought you wouldn't ever see. And the beautiful person you've become. You've grown, you've changed. Celebrate all of it. Be confident, beautiful people. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all is Universal Energies. You are ascending. And it says, you are flying high, rising up. Stay focused on your mission and know that the universe and angels are supporting you every step of the way. This is part of your ascension process. In order to fully integrate as both soul and human, it's essential for you to face any challenges or mend any relationships you have been putting off dealing with. By stepping forward and facing the complications of your earthly life, you let your soul grow and ascend. And the positive affirmation you can say to yourself is, I support myself in the process of ascension. I support myself in the process of ascension. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people. For the general collective reading, again, beautiful people, that was a general collective reading. That covered all 12 signs. It does not matter what sign. It wasn't sign specific. It's a collective reading. So it includes all 12 signs in that. So take what messages resonate and leave behind the rest. And if something didn't fit, don't force it to fit. And if you have any personal questions, you want a personal reading, there's my board back here that has my prices. Just let me know, beautiful people. Oh, you're so funny. Yeah, some of them are very dedicated, aren't they? See, I'm sure I even kept them on their toes, Bob, because they thought I wasn't coming on tonight. I bet you. Surprise, surprise. See, that's a nice thing about having my own business. I can choose my own hours. Hi, Dennis. Liddy, the crowns is just to show who's my biggest fan out there. That's what it is. So it's the people who are here from the start of the stream to the end. It's for the people who comment the most. And then if you donate, like if you do a super sticker or super chat, you get points for that too. So if you care about being number one, it's that kind of thing, honey. Hi, Luke. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? You know me, I'm always gravy if I'm here. You're welcome. So for some people, it matters. It feels like a ghost store stickers from school. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it kind of feels that way. For some people, it's important. They want to know that they're, you know, they want it to be shown to y'all that they're my number one fan, I guess. So. Yeah, it's for the top commentators and for the ones who donate super stickers or super chats. They get points for that too. So how y'all feeling? Are y'all feeling gravy? Y'all feeling good? I hope so. It's 5:15. Supporting my ascension. Is that right? Well, thank you. If y'all feel like y'all are supporting my ascension, this is my business. You're feeling loved? Oh, I'm happy you're feeling loved, Liddy. You are loved, honey. I know you're on a big time difference from me, so I always look forward to it when I see you here, sweetheart. Because I know you can't always be here because of the big time difference. So who has the #1 crown? Hello, Daniel. I'm gravy. You feel like brown gravy? Well, I hope that's good. And thank you. Blessings to you too. I feel good. I've accomplished a lot, I think. I still got a lot more to do, but, you know. So who has the #1 crown? I'm curious. I can't see it. So who's my #1 fan? What does it say, y'all? It's you, Bob. I believe that. You're always here with me. And then you do a lot for me, which I greatly appreciate. You are, Daniel, is that right? Well, does it show you got the #1 crown? Forgive me, I don't recognize you. You're waiting on your breakfast. Yeah, I know for some of y'all it lags. It's you, Bob. I believe it. I believe it's you, baby. No, too early to ask. Stand by for the big moment. Hey, Bob, just make sure you wear your Speedos and red high heels, baby. And don't forget the kilt either. Oh my goodness. Y'all make me laugh. You're #2? Okay, Daniel. So, I guess technically it's Tuesday now, huh? Did y'all have a good Monday? The visuals. Well, I mean, Bob always says he has his red high heels. in a kilt. And he wears Speedos, so I'm still waiting. Home fries, scrambled eggs, and pancakes. That sounds good, Liddy. I need some bacon or sausage to go with that, though. Pancakes are good. I like scrambled eggs with cheese in them. And home fries are good, too. Y'all making me hungry, see? Every time I'm in my stream, y'all always talking about food again. Here we go. Y'all gonna make me pull out my chips or something. And yes, Bob, I did eat. I know you're gonna ask me soon. Oh, Liddy, beef bacon's the best, honey. I love bacon. Hi, DM. How you doing, baby? The dents in your pine floors from the stilettos? Oh, really, baby? Oh, well, I mean, you should see, like, the holes in my car in the floorboard for my stilettos. How you doing, DM? I can just see all those dents, Bob. I'm pretty sure I'd probably put some dents in my floors. Maybe that's why I got this little hole in my floor right now. You're just getting home. You're just getting off. Well, I've been here about an hour and a half, baby, so you didn't miss too much. I just got done with the general collective. It doesn't feel like it's Tuesday already. I don't know why, but it doesn't. It was a hot one yesterday, I know that much. It was sweaty, humid, and hot. It's the one thing I don't like about Georgia. That humidity, man, is bad to where you feel like you just rolled in a pile of pancake syrup. And that's exactly how it felt yesterday, too. I remember I kept touching my arms and it felt like my hands were sticking to my arms. And of course, having this long hair doesn't help either, especially being out in the sun. Even if I'm only out there for a couple minutes, I start sweating. Baby powder. What, to keep me from being sticky? Is that what you mean, Buttercup? I mean, baby powder does help keep you from being sticky. I only know that because I use some type of powder on my pool cue to keep my fingers from sticking to my pool cue. But I don't put no baby powder on me just to keep me from being sticky because of humidity. It does it. What's weird is it's not that way all the time. It's only some of the time. But when it does, it just ugh. Like I could already start feeling my jeans sticking to my legs from just the stickiness in the air. But I'm sure it would probably help. I have to try that one day if I ever feel that stickiness again. That'd be another thing to throw in my suitcase for a purse, as people call it. Just another thing to throw in my purse to add. Make it heavier than what it already is. But I'm sure it does. Buttercup. I've never tried it though, except for when I shoot pool. because the moisture in there, it can get bad sometimes, especially if it's hot outside and people constantly going in and out of the pool hall. So some of that humidity gets inside. Talk free is better. Cornstarch. Oh, really? I'll have to remember that, Buttercup. Oh, yeah. Oh, I can. And I have before. Keep a bowl of salt in your closet to draw up the moisture. I mean, I got salt in my house. Aloha, Drew. How you doing, honey? But yeah, I've gotten a heat rash before. In fact, I think I probably have one right now. Your boots and jacket. Yeah, I can see that too, Bob. Well, I know that's why they say it's not good to wear the same shoes every day. You're supposed to give your shoes a chance to breathe. I'm gravy, Drew. Thank you for asking. How's paradise? Oh, wow. That's crazy, Buttercup. You're still there. Well, that's good you're still there, Drew. I wish I was in paradise. What's the weather been like, Drew? Has it been warm and hot? Or does the ocean help? Paradise is where you make it. Yeah, you're right too. But I like the tropics next to the ocean. I mean, I got my own piece of paradise in a way, that's true. But I want to be right next to the water. That's the mermaid in me. Paradise is by the dashboard light. Yeah, I would love that ocean breeze. And yes, Buttercup, the sounds of ocean waves, it is very soothing. Hi, beautiful spirit. I just saw a spirit orb over here in the corner. I like the sounds of hearing the waves hit the ocean shore. I do enjoy that. And it's always nice when it's very private, when there's not a lot of people on the beach walking. Yep, the smell of the ocean too. Absolutely. It's all of that. But see, I don't have that here, Drew, because I'm in Georgia, so I don't have a beach around me. I don't live near the ocean. I'm too far northeast in the state. Yeah, but you have peaches. Yeah, peaches are good. I think all them peaches, though, they grow in southern part of Georgia. I mean, I'm sure they probably got some small farms around, but I think all those farms are in southern part of Georgia. Meatloaf. That sounds good too, Bob. And good morning, Audra. How you doing, beautiful? Hi, beautiful spirit. This be about your usual time you're waking up. How you doing, honey? And of course, the world's starting to wake up because I hear all the cars driving by now. Talking about food. They're always talking about food, Audra. Gonna make me have to grab my pretzels or something. Let's see. Cool beans, Audra. I bet it's cute. That's right, Drew. You definitely can't beat fresh pineapple and coconuts. See, I don't have any of that here. Oh, you're talking about the song. Oh, my bad. My bad, Bob. I'm not sure if I know that song. I know Meatloaf. I know the band, but I'm not sure if I know that song. I bet it is Drew. Don't pet the dog. That's the video. Oh, that does sound funny, Audra. What happened? Someone pet the dog and the dog turned around and bit them? Dang, that song is 8.5 minutes long. Is it really? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a song too. Wow. Okay. Hmm. And what's the name of the song, Audra? Buttercup, you're funny. Meatloaf is good, but they're talking about the band. There's an 80s band called Meatloaf. Don't pet the dog, huh? By Tom Dalton. Okay. Okay, I see it. I can't listen to it right now because I get in trouble with YouTube, but I'll listen to it later. Now would be some type of old country song. And Drew, I'm sure the mahi mahi's good. I think I've only had mahi mahi once. Yeah, I like salmon. Um, I've only had it a couple ways though. Um, and tuna's good. I'm picky about my fish though, because I got spoiled by my grandparents. Like all the fish they ever cooked didn't have that fishy taste to it. I don't remember what all the name of all the fish it was that they cooked, but I just remember it didn't taste like fish. Oh, I'm sorry, DM. You know, DM, you know they always come in here talking about food with me, baby. So that tends to get me hungry too. Tends to remind me I'm supposed to eat something. I mean, all I did was munch, but obviously my stomach's hungry for something else. So I'll have to eat something soon. You haven't had dinner? Well, what you waiting for, baby? I didn't have dinner either. I just munched. So what you having for dinner, DM? What you cooking us, baby? Of course, it's 5:45 in the morning for me. What am I talking about, dinner? Lydia was over there talking about scrambled eggs and pancakes and home fries. Beef soup. That sounds good. What, like vegetable beef soup? I know my grandparents used to give that to me for breakfast sometimes. I would have beef soup and they would put steamed rice in it. I do miss that. That sounds good. I haven't had that in a long time. I need to find my rice cooker. So I don't know where it's at. It's boxed up somewhere. Even though I rarely eat rice, but I need to know where it is for that one time I want some rice. Well, you better go check on your dog, Audra. Hey, Bob, did you get that fence up yet, baby? Beef soup. You like it with barley and you just had your piece of chicken? See, here y'all go, talking about food. That sounds good too, Buttercup. Vegetable beef soup. That does sound good. I know I don't have any in my house, though. Do you put rice in it, DM? No, I got you, baby. Well, gardening is still good. I was talking to someone yesterday about putting up, um, like how I had it at my old house. I had these stones that I made um a flower bed out of, decorative stones, and my old neighbor had put it up for me. So I was thinking of, like, the way I used to have it at the old house, putting that up with some rose bushes, and um I had several rose bushes. I had a beautiful crepe myrtle that had purple blooms on it when it bloomed. And I had some irises, and I also had some perennials that had blooms, bright orange flowers when it bloomed. And there was this big tree I had in my front yard. It wasn't a plum tree, but when it first bloomed, like at the start of spring, it would have these white flowers on it. But then, um, as spring progressed, it would start getting like purple leaves on it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, doing that kind of work will wear your knees out. Yeah, Buttercup. These were like a almost like a plum purple color. Let me see if I got a picture of my old front yard. Let me see if that tree has the leaves on it. If y'all can see it or not. Let me see. It was pretty. Mm, there it is right there. Right here it looks more like a reddish purple maybe, but it's purple. If you see it in person, it looks more purple. You see. It's this one right here, Buttercup. You see this tree. See, it has like this reddish. Y'all can see that. I don't know. There's this like reddish purple. And you can see all my rose bushes and then the stone I had around the flower bed. So I want to do something like that to match it. What I used to have there. Put something like that up. Welcome back, Audra. Oh, that's my old house, Audra. That's the house I sold. I had all that planted over there. I could only imagine what it looks like right now. You're welcome, honey. But that was just one portion of it. Y'all could see all the rose bushes I had. I had all kinds of different ones. I even had a hydrangea there that bloomed purple, bluish purple, pinkish purple blooms. I miss that garden. And then my crepe myrtle's over there in the corner. Yeah. Oh, I love hydrangeas. I wish I had another one. But my gardener that helped me build this told me that you have to be very careful where you place them because they can't have too much sunlight, but they can't be completely shaded either. Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. Well, hopefully you got to see it, baby. If you need me to show it again, I will. Okay, DM. Okay, Audra, it's just a ring light, beautiful. You can get it from Amazon. Hi, Fred. Thank you for hitting the like button, baby. Mm, it was 10. Wasn't it like 10, 11, I think? Yeah, Audra, I've heard that varies, but it's weird because that hydrangea I had, some of the blooms, and it was the same hydrangea. Some of them were like purple, blue. Others were like pinkish purple. Um, and I noticed it depends on like they might start out maybe pinkish purple and then they would turn into like the bluish purple. Um, Man, where are those that pictures on probably one of my old devices? But I have it. It's all on the same plant at the same time and it was beautiful. Yeah, it was neat. It was neat that that one hydrangea plant I had did that. Because I thought it was only going to have like one specific color, but no, it changed. So, like, I remember it was like this big. You know, it wasn't very big, but I remember from looking at it from the right side, it had bluish purple, and then over here, it was more like the pinkish purple. And some of it even looked more pink than anything. So, I got pictures of it. I have to find it. It was pretty. But yeah, my gardener said it depends on the soil. And he said you got to plant it where it doesn't get too much shade, but it doesn't get too much sunlight either. It needs both though. So it's like you got to plant it in a spot where it gets sun either in the morning or at night, but it gets shade at one point of the day, where half the time it's shaded, which it kind of confuses me because I know at my in-laws house they have a plant of hydrangeas and it's out there wide open in the sunlight, so I don't know. Yeah, maybe, Audra. Maybe it was the way it was planted, how it was planted. It was pretty. I miss it. And I was so tempted. I was so tempted when I sold the house. I was so tempted to dig it up, bring it with me. But I know that would have been wrong to do that. But it was really pretty. So I'm gonna have to plant me some more. Yeah. And I think that's the way it was with mine. Because the front of my house got the sun, more of the sun in the morning. Um, and then afternoon, evening, the sun went behind my house more. Um, yeah, that's the way it was. What I think. Yeah, I probably would have too, Audra, because I wouldn't have nowhere to plant it. And it would have needed to be planted right away. And I would have hated it for it to get ruined. But I gotta admit, I'm so tempted to see what it looks like right now. I'm tempted to go drive out there one day to see what that garden looks like, to see if it's been kept up the way I kept up with it, because I worked out in that yard every day in the spring and summer. I would faithfully go out there every day, and I would spend, 3, 4, sometimes even 6, 7 hours out there, and I'd go out there and trim all the rose bushes and pull all the weeds and cut off all the dead ends off the rose bushes so there would be fresh growth there for it to grow a new bloom and for it to sprout out. Just having them send me pictures, but I don't know who lives there. I'm sure my neighbor would take pictures of it for me if I asked them to, since they still live there. So I just have to go visit my neighbor one day and take a look, see what it looks like. True, they would. You would think so. But I'm just wondering because the people who bought my house, my old house, it was a investment company. So they were planning on renting out the house. So that's why I'm curious to know what it looks like. Because if they did go ahead with their plans and rent it out, I'm not expecting the people who renting it out to keep up with that yard. Hi, sexy T Rexy. I need some beef jerky now. Y'all over here talking about food. I gotta go find my beef jerky and be right back, y'all. Let me see where I did with my beef jerky. no idea where my beef jerky is. I have to find something to eat later, I reckon. I don't know where it went. No. Well, I hope you feel better, sexy T-Rexy. I went to find me some food, but can't find anything. I have no idea where my beef jerky is. Dang, I missed a lot. No. Nice, Bob. It's looking good, baby. Looks good, Bob. Is all that gravel? I like the bricks you laid out for like a pathway. Yep, it's 6:06 my time. What you trying to tell me? It's the sun's coming up. You afraid I'm gonna turn to ash? Did you lay out all that gravel, Bob? Or is that rocks? Kind of looks like rocks to me. Looks like those tiny rocks that I see people put in their yard sometimes to fill up like the flower beds, and they use it instead of like filling it up with mulch. But it looks good, baby. You're gonna come decorate my yard? That would beat having to cut grass. I do know that. I don't think I'd be able to get away with that in my yard though. My HOA would probably come in and say, no, you have to have green grass. Can't cover it up. But then again, they may not say nothing at all. Because I don't even know who's on the board still. It's like I've been here right over a year, and I still haven't received anything about what the HOA rules are. Um, and but I haven't received anything in the mail either about what the when the next fees are due, because I don't know if they're still waiting to sell the rest of the houses in the neighborhood, but it's like me and my neighbor were talking like a month ago, and like he was saying, we're supposed to have street lights in our neighborhood. They were supposed to have installed street light poles, which is what part of the HOA dues was supposed to go towards, paying the electric bill to cover the lights for the neighborhood. But we don't even have any light poles in our neighborhood. So he's over there trying to figure out what that whole fee was for, because it was several $100s, and it's like, yeah, I agree. I ain't got no clue though. I like I do like the red bricks though, Bob. It looks good, baby. It's river pebbles. It's nice. I like it. And see, and that's what I was trying to decide, that if I were to go through and plant anything, would I want to add like something like that instead of putting mulch? Because mulch can get very expensive. I know when I put it at the old house, it was, man, I want to say it was around $10 per bag, $10, $12 per bag. But I always got like the bright red color mulch. They're handmade bricks too. Really? Well, that's cool, baby. That's what I kind of wish I had. I wish my house had been made out of brick. But four-sided brick, um, to have the, what do they call that? They call that a veneer for on a house. Um, I know it's not cheap. Native succulents. Yeah, I see something in the right corner in this one picture where I see your little wheel over here. I have some succulents in my backyard, but they're not planted. They're in a flower pot that my in-laws gave to me. I actually need to clean it out because a couple of things that are in it died, but the rest of it's still alive. But I think it's grown now. It's outgrown that flower pot that I have to put it in something else. But it sounds lovely, baby. What else you gonna plant in it, Bob? I see all them extra bricks out there in the front. And I see that open field across the street. What is that, farmland across the street? But I like the color of it. White picket fence to match the house. What, your house or my house, baby? I know I definitely wouldn't want I wouldn't want a wood fence because I hate the color when it fades and it starts to turn old. I don't like that color. Um, I was telling somebody this just the other day that if I were to put up a fence, I'd want to put up a fence that's made out of like cement blocks or even something like brick because that's the way it is in California. All the property I've ever seen that has a fence, it's privacy and it's built with like cement blocks. And I've always liked that. White picket fence. Yeah. I mean, I could see that in my yard, yeah. You sent me a photo, DM? Okay, baby. I'll have to look at it after I'm done with the stream, baby. I can't look at it right now because it's on my phone. And since that's what I'm streaming from. DM, do you have like cement blocks in your yard to make it that you have a fence made out of? Because I know that's common out there. And I miss that. I would want a fence made out of that. Something that's more sturdy and it shouldn't fall apart or break in a matter of just a few years like some of the other fences do. Hello, Kilmane. How you doing, honey? It's good to see you too, honey. Your perimeter is all cinder blocks. Yeah, I like that look better. That's what I would want to put if I were to put up a fence. And not made out of like wood or what's that other material they use? Um I want to say laminate something, but I don't think that's right. I would want it to be made out of cinder blocks. Oh, that's cool, Bob. Because, like, my neighbors have put up a privacy fence, and you can already look at it, and it just doesn't look right because it's already changed color, the color of the wood. The paint has a 20-year warranty. Well, that's nice to know, baby. I don't even know, like, my house. Yeah, I couldn't even tell you what they used. I do know that the neighbor, their house, the side of the house, like after um right at the end of winter, right when we started spring, the siding on their house, and it's not supposed to be like vinyl siding. It's supposed to be made out of I think they call it hardy board. But the paint on it, it started to like dissipate. It was like, I don't know. It didn't look right. So they had to come back in and paint that. I'm thankful it didn't happen to my house because that would have been a mess in itself. But I know I have at least the leisure to paint my house whenever I want without having to go through the HOA. And I even have it specific in my contract that I can paint it whatever color I want without having to ask them, as long as it stays neutral or within the color range that I pick. And I told them what colors I had intended on painting. Like I was gonna put up my the whatchamacallit, for the windows, and they put up a couple for me, but it needs a couple more, and I was gonna paint those like a bright blue and then paint my door in the same color, but I haven't gotten that far with it yet. But it looks good, baby. That looks like an off-white, or it does to me at least. At least you got some trees in your yard too, baby, because I don't have any of that. I don't have any trees. I don't have any shrubs. I don't have anything like that. That's what I was hoping they would have planted with when they built the house, but they didn't put any bushes in anyone's yard or add a tree or two. And it used to be, depending on the city and the ordinance, whenever you would cut down trees, you would have to like plant a new one in place of it. But apparently, where I'm at, you don't have to do that, so they didn't plant anything. Which I guess is good in a sense, because that means I can go in and plant whatever I want and put it wherever I want. But it would have been nice if they had put a tree or two or something up. UV protected paint. That's good, baby. Knowing the weather y'all get down there, I don't know what kind of paint. I only know the color. And they gave me a little container of paint in case I needed it for something. That's all I know. I know when I had my old house painted, repainted, I waited, I don't know, probably 15 years, about 15 years. Yeah, I'll say 15 years before I repainted it again. It needed new paint. Um, and it was kind of looking like it probably needed it needed new paint when I sold it. It didn't look bad, but there were certain places where I think it probably needed a touch up, but I didn't mess with that. Um, I got them a new roof, so, and I know that having that new roof put on there wasn't cheap, so even though I didn't pay for it, my insurance company paid for it, but still. But it looks good, baby. What else you gonna do with it? I'd put me a swing on the side of the house. If that's your property to the right, where I'm facing, I'm looking at the house, I'd put up a little swing to the right. Are you gonna put like a bench or something there? Or are you just gonna leave it open like that? Okay. Honey, run to the ladies' room real quick. Oh, thank you, Buttercup. Yes, beautiful. You can have one. Let me run to the ladies' room, Buttercup. And then I can come back and do your reading, sweetheart. I'll be right back, honey. thought I heard someone talking out there. Man, they start hammering away early over here. They're still building this house next door to me. Okay. Yeah, I have enough energy for a reading. Buttercup, sweetheart, do you have a question, honey? Or do you want me just do a general? And if it's a general, sweetheart, do you have like a specific area you want me to focus on? Thank you, honey. White fences would definitely help the plants. Yeah, if I was to plant them, I mean, it'd bring them out. Your heart's still in it with him. Okay, honey. I think I know which deck I want to use then. Let's see. Have it down here. Probably not. See. You know, beautiful, it sounds like you're still grieving the loss of the relationship. And that's what it feels like to me. And that's normal, beautiful. I mean, how long ago did the relationship end? I got all kinds of different oracle cards I can use to get clarity on this. Let's see, Spirit. honey. You beautiful. Have you been to see the doctor to find out what's going on with your body? I mean, it's natural for our body to take on the stress, our mental and emotional stress, and it'll show up in different ways. Oh, wow. He hit you. Well, one time's enough, sweetheart. You needed to end it. If he was physically abusive, there's no excuse for it, honey. But I understand you have feelings for him too. So even though he was physically abusive, it doesn't change you still have an emotional attachment to him. It doesn't wipe out that love you once had for him and still have for him. I know some people don't understand that, but the heart still feels that. Yeah, I could see why he would feel shocked that you ended it, because if he was trying to take some kind of anger management course or something to work on his anger. But I just don't feel like that's... Me personally, I feel like you made the right decision ending it. I would have ended it. I wouldn't have even given him the opportunity to try to fix it. In fact, you know, my daddy always told me, the first time a man puts a hand on you in anger, make sure it's the last time. So, it's good that he wants to work on himself to change things. But that's something he has to do on his own, you know what I mean? Not try and do it to fix things with you. He has to fix himself before he can try and fix what y'all, you know, had or could have had to me. And maybe if he takes some time and works on himself, and, you know, if you ever decided you wanted to give him another shot to see if things could change, if he has changed, I mean, that's up to you, but I don't feel like it should be expected from you, though. Once that line's been crossed, you know, it's hard to regain that kind of trust again. Because in a relationship, you got to feel safe and secure, both mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. So, you made the right choice, girlfriend. But I get your heart still aches for him. So let me see what Spirit has to say here. Wow, that is out of character. Hi, Nicole. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. You're so sweet. Good morning to you. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy that just suddenly out of character he would hit you. Like, wow. Let's see, Spirit, show me. sorry about the noise in the background. Like I said, they're building that house next door. And they're starting early. It's 6:30 in the morning, y'all. Right? Yeah, it's 6:30 in the morning. Like, they're usually not allowed to start till 8 o'clock, but they're out there. It's crazy to me. Alright, Spirit, show me. Buttercup. Oh, it's ambush. Wow. That does seem odd, beautiful. Like he was dealing with something eternally. Strange. Let me see, Spirit. This present Spirit. Yeah, it shows me you're separated from him. I actually have a breakup oracle deck, and that's literally what it's called. I kid you not. Spirit, show me hidden influences. I see the confusion. You have a lot of confusion around this. Spirit, what's the advice? I'm deeply sorry that happened, though, Buttercup. Like I said, beautiful. You needed to end it. Anytime a person puts their hands on you in violence, that you make it the last, girlfriend. Yeah. Your heart's still in it, though, for him. Yeah, this is a time of healing for you, beautiful. I want to get these cards. Show me, Spirit. Clarify these cards for me, please. Hmm. Yeah, beautiful. I can imagine so. You didn't deserve that, no matter what, beautiful. Even if you had that in your childhood. That's not the kind of relationship you want. So, let's see. I'm going to pull out this tarot first, beautiful, and then I'm going to pull out some oracle cards. Let's see. Spirit, show me. Yeah, I feel like this was a blessing, girlfriend, to be honest. And you know, that sounds crazy to say it that way, for lack of a better word. I get a feeling here, beautiful, that even if you were to stay with him, had stayed to try and make it work, give him a chance to change, I get the feeling that you still would have felt trapped. Like, I get the feeling that you would not have still been able to feel relaxed with him. I get the energy of not feeling at ease. Like, you would not feel that sense of comfort in your own home, being around him, even in your relationship or the interactions with him. Because I get in the recent past energy, this is the Lenormand. I'm using the Lenormand, which is a different tarot system, and the tarot to clarify. I'm getting the birdcage, and this is all about feeling trapped and restricted. So I feel like you felt very trapped in this relationship with him, especially once he made made the decision he did to hit you, no matter where it came from or why. But in the sense though, I get the Wheel of Fortune with this, and this is why I'm saying this. As terrible as it is, he put his hands on you. I'll never justify it, no matter what. But I get the feeling that if he had not done that, you would have stayed, and you would have set yourself up for a lot more disappointment. So this Wheel of Fortune coming up, and the energy I get from it, what Spirit's saying is that was what needed to happen to break you free from him, because it was going to be very toxic. I don't get an energy of being completely happy with him. I don't get the energy of being completely fulfilled with him. I get, yes, I do feel there's underlying issues with him. Like you said, it's, childhood-based trauma, but I get the feeling there's something else hidden underneath that he wasn't being upfront with you about. Spirit, show me, why is this Wheel of Fortune here? Clarify this for me, please. I feel like there's something else here, beautiful, that he wasn't sharing with you. Show me. Yeah, I feel like I get Seven of Cups with this. So there could even been a possibility, beautiful, that I feel like he could have had other options that he may not have let you know about. There could have been possibly other women of interest he had. But this could also be showing that because of this Wheel of Fortune coming in is like showing he had other options. But this is also telling me that, now that you've broken yourself free from this trapped energy with him, that this is also Spirit turning the wheel in your favor to where they're going to also bring in other options for you too. Seven of Cups is having more than one option. Yeah, it could be a card of denial too, being lost in your illusions, your fantasies. And I kind of feel like part of it is this too. And it's what Spirit is saying. Like, part of the energy I get is this had to happen to break you free from the illusions that this was going to be happily ever after. And so you can see for yourself that you deserve more than what you are settling for. Because I get the energy of settling. I get the feeling of you feeling like you were restricted in some type of way. You didn't feel like completely like you could be comfortable with him or move forward in the right direction. Oh dear. Yeah, sounds like he has a lot of anger issues buried deep within. And that's not good, honey. Because like here I show the separation of your present energy. Spirit, why is this here? Show me, clarify this. Yeah. And it's showing me you're hurting from this. You are hurt from this separation. Here's this guy, the little Mormon, and it's all about separation, changes and separation. And the Three of Swords came out with this. So this is showing me you are deeply hurt by this. You know, you didn't want it to end, but his actions forced your hand to end it. And even though it was so difficult to do that because you care for him, I still feel like it was the right decision to make. And you confronting him about being abusive to them too. Man, I get the feeling like he had an anger issue with women specifically. Maybe like this is how his dad treated his mom. Like to make it feel like she would be okay with something like this. Yeah, because it shows me even now, even though you're hurting now, that this separation, this breakup, this change, cutting the ties, and, you know, grieving this loss, yeah, it's coming with a lot of heavy weight, you know, with this Nine of Wands here. But Spirit's saying even going through this, you're going to heal from this. It's just a process right now of you having to grieve this, you know. Allow your heart to hurt. Allow it to feel what it needs to feel. But don't get stuck there either with this Nine of Wands. This Nine of Wands is all about going through that battle with him. You know, this is all about, you know, the whole breakup and, you know, him being abusive, the breakup, and then you cutting ties with him. And now you're in that present energy of allowing your heart to heal from this, you know, going through the heartbreak, the emotions, but it's time to heal now. And Spirit saying don't give up on yourself and don't give up on love either. It's not particularly saying giving up on him, you know. I feel like those ties need to be permanently cut. I don't feel like, even like I said before, even if he gets some help and if he sticks with it, I don't feel like it's gonna be that much better. I feel like he would come back and he would know if you gave him another shot that he could get away with hitting you again, because you're teaching him that it's okay, that you'll accept it and you'll take him back. And that's the worst mistake you can make right now, beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. I hate to hear that. That's not good for anyone to experience that. You, him, anyone. To watch your mother or father to be abusive to the other. But I know there's a lot of confusion here and uncertainty. Spirit, why is this here? Clarify this for me, please. Even though this is a challenging time, and like I said, beautiful Buttercup, I know you're hurt by this, but you're going to come out successful. You're going to come out better in the end. And I feel like someone better is going to come in who's going to show you the right way to love. That being violent is not how you show someone you love them. That's not how you treat someone. I feel like someone's going to enter your life in divine timing. It's going to sweep you off your feet and show you, you know, the right way to be loved and adored. Not by fist and punching, slapping, hitting, kicking, none of that. And even, you know, abuse doesn't always have to be physical. It could be mental and emotional too. But I feel like the physical part was just the beginning, beautiful. And I know you're confused as to why he did it. And I'm going to get to that, beautiful. Let me clarify this, Spirit. What else? 6 of Wands. What's here? Clouds. Show me, Spirit. Yeah, Spirit said enough's enough with him. Yeah, I feel like you would have lost a lot. And there's something he was keeping from you. 7 of Swords came out. This is all about secrets. Keeping something from you. So, the reason why you feel so confused right now and the uncertainty surrounding, you know, the ending of this, despite his actions. But why did he do it? He was keeping something from you. There was something that was hidden in the dark that you weren't aware about. And like I said, I feel like there was other people. I get this energy of someone else being there. Like it wasn't just you. There was someone else, like a third party type scenario. And I feel like, again, if you had stayed with him, you would have been left out in the cold. Because here's the 5 of Pentacles coming in with it. So I feel like the abusive would have just increased. But I also feel like there was some other thing that he was holding back from you. Like, for whatever reason, Buttercup, I get like there is some kind of addiction to this equation. So not only, you know, could the violence have been triggered by childhood trauma and what he grew up watching, you know, his mom go through and experience, but I feel like even when it comes to maybe he was more easily triggered than maybe he had been in the past before that point. I feel like there was some type of addiction here that he tried to hide away. And I feel like that it was only going to get worse if you had not left him, or if he didn't try and seek help for his anger, because I feel like you would have been left out in the cold. Like I feel like there's a sense of there would have been some type of material financial loss in this too. And you know what, Buttercup? Someone needed to tell him that. Do not feel like you did anything wrong, because that's what we're supposed to do as partners, you know, in relationships, no matter if it's family, friends, or romantic. You know, part of being a good loved one to me is not just telling everybody what they want to hear. You also need to tell them what they need to hear. And yes, sometimes it comes with some hard truths, and that being the hard truth he wasn't willing to face. Oh, wow, like she condoned it? That's crazy to me, girlfriend. I can't believe she didn't think it was that bad after what she went through. But then again, I could see why she would feel that way too, because she allowed it with her boyfriend or ex. All right, Spirit, clarify this. No, too many cards, Spirit. Oh, yeah, he's all wrapped up in his ego, which is why that Devil card jumped out. Yeah. He needed his ego boosted again. And the only way he could get that was to go and find someone else who will do it for him and tell him what he wants to hear, like an ex or someone new. So you already knew there was a possibility of someone else there. All right, Spirit, why is this here? Clarify. Spirit wants you to have patience, filling up your own cup right now, beautiful. Balancing your own emotions, prioritizing yourself right now. Still feel what you feel. Get clarity. Be honest with yourself. But don't get so caught up in your thoughts, overthinking it either. You know, the advice from Spirit is feel with your heart right here. Allow your emotions. It's okay to feel whatever it is you feel. But at the same time, Spirit's wanting you to be patient and make sure you're balancing your emotions too, not, overthinking things, and also prioritizing um your life, but put yourself first too, because I get the Temperance card here. So this is time for balance, and this is also a time for clarity. So take this time for yourself to feel your way, grieve your loss of this relationship, to go through, prioritize, relearn yourself, and to gain that clarity of centering yourself again, knowing that you are a beautiful gem that needs to be cared for and nurtured and polished, and you're supposed to shine like a beautiful diamond, not be dulled by, being cracked apart, by physical violence, by mental, emotional abuse of any kind. And you definitely aren't the one who's supposed to be going around trying to stroke someone else's ego. Yeah, it's, we're supposed to help make our loved ones feel good, but it doesn't matter what we say or do, as you always hear me say, it has to come from within. So it wasn't your job to make him feel like a man. He needed to figure out how to be a man first. And being a man, as we all know, a real man will never put his hands on a woman violently. But he has to heal those traumas first. You couldn't fix him, nor can you heal him. So right now it's about focusing on yourself, healing yourself, finding balance, peace, and clarity. Alright, Spirit. Clarify this card. And then I'm going to start pulling out my oracle decks for you. Why is this key card here? Clarify. Yeah, it's time to lead. Beautiful. I feel like this is an opportunity for you to kind of be honest with yourself, beautiful, to figure out exactly what it is you want from someone in a relationship, what you will tolerate and what you won't. And I feel like once you do, someone new is going to walk in and show you, again, how to be loved, but first, how to love yourself. There's going to be an opportunity where you're going to feel excited again. When it comes to love, an opportunity of having love again. But right now, you got to be in the strength card, the strength energy. If you can take the time to heal from this, gain this clarity, allow your heart to heal and feel, though, as you're healing, this opportunity will present itself to you to where you'll be in the strength energy. Be strong, but strong doesn't mean you don't feel beautiful. It doesn't mean you don't feel pain. It doesn't mean you don't love. It just means you can still love and hurt, but still stand firm and strong on your values, your core beliefs, knowing you made the right decision by walking away from him and moving on. And as soon as you're done healing, Spirit's showing me there's going to be an opportunity. Someone new's going to walk in, and it's going to bring a lot of happiness and excitement. It's someone you're going to be very excited about. Someone who's going to lead and take charge, but lead with love, not with anger. So this Emperor card, this Emperor is going to walk in divine timing when it's meant to, after you go this healing process, and you will be happy and excited about this. And I feel like this person will be someone you can lean on, someone you can be vulnerable, someone you're not going to have to worry about them, reacting in anger or being easily triggered, that they know that that's not the right way to treat a woman. And they're going to be more tender, more caring with you, I feel. But you've got to give yourself a chance first to let this relationship and those emotions with it to die, to go away. You got to shed yourself from this. Doesn't mean that you may not ever stop having love for this person, but you won't be in love with them, and there won't be this weakness to him to possibly returning if he ever tried to want to come back and wants you to give him another shot. I feel like you'll be too strong at that point. You will have found your voice, you found your strength. Even this Emperor that will come in and say no, and you'll be able to say no because you'll find happiness elsewhere. But I don't feel like you did anything wrong here, Buttercup. If that's what you're wondering, beautiful, I don't feel like you did anything wrong. Like I said, even if it, started a fight, a argument, it's still not an excuse for him to put his hands on you in anger. And like I said, I feel like there was something else, another person there, another person he was turning to, that he was keeping you in the dark about. And I feel there's something else going on, some type of addiction, some other dark secret he had that he didn't want you to know about. And I feel like that probably would have come to the surface too eventually. So I feel like if you did not walk away from him as a result of him acting out in anger towards you, I feel like the other thing you'd come find out later, that would eventually come to the light, and it could still come to the light now if you're still in touch with him somehow or know people that are in touch with him, that you'll find out the other part of that piece of where things would have really gone downhill even more when it comes to him. Let me see something. I want to see. That's not the right one. Yeah, here it is. There's this one, and bury it. Well, look what I did. Let's see. Let's see. His feelings are. Spirit, show me. Sorry, y'all. That's right, Bob. It doesn't, you know, Buttercup, you got a lot of people here surrounding you, honey. It doesn't mean you take it on alone. Spirit, show me now. Hole in my floor. It's driving me crazy. Okay. Show me, Spirit. Yep. Yep, he was angry. And I feel like he regrets it, beautiful. He's angry at himself and you for how things turned out. Because he knows his anger drove you to leave him. As he knows right now, it's what's caused you to walk away. And that love you once had for him is slowly dying. But now Spirit's saying it's time to practice forgiveness. Forgive him, yes, but you also got to learn how to forgive yourself too, Buttercup. You know, and I think sometimes when we think of forgiveness, we always think of forgiving someone else and we forget about ourselves. Because you got to stop and think of it in the context of you got to find forgiveness for yourself too, because you trusted your own judgment, as you should have, to choose to be with someone, and you chose, you know, I'm not going to say you chose wrong, you know, but the choice you made ended up turning out not to be the right one, you know, in the end. And so now it's a matter of questioning yourself. Will you choose right next time? You know, is this something you're going to go through and happen again with someone else? I feel like it was divine timing the way it happened again. Like I feel like Spirit intervened here to get you away from him. As I feel there was a lot of arrogance, as you said. He's wrapped up in his ego. Because he felt if he didn't get what he wanted from you, he would look for it elsewhere. I do feel that way. I do really feel that. As he has deep regrets. He regrets what he did. And I feel like he's still feeling it right now. And I feel that he might even want to try and come back and try and work things out and hoping you'll give him another shot. But I feel like it will be a mistake, girlfriend. Because I feel like he's already tried to reach out to you before. I get the feeling he's even wanted to message you. But I feel like he has stopped himself. In fact, I can't make this up. Spirit just confirmed it. Unsent messages. I've written you several texts, but in the end, I chicken out. So he has thought of reaching out to you, but then he stops himself before he hits send. What else, Spirit? And Buttercup, just know you're a beautiful soul, honey. You have beautiful energy, girlfriend. Do not feel like you deserve anything. I don't care what your mama told you. I don't care what anyone else told you. Someone may even feel like maybe you deserved it. You know, you don't deserve anyone to hit you. Yeah, he's missing you. He does miss you. And I feel like even if he didn't go ahead and get involved with someone else, I feel like he is, even if he's with someone else, I still feel like he's thinking about you when he's with them. But again, this is toxic. This is not a healthy love. This is desperation, I feel. I feel like he is desperate too. I feel like there's a sense of desperation to want to be with you again. But I feel there's also a desperation of wanting just to be with anyone right now. Because he knows he messed up a good thing. So I feel like he's doing other things. And I did get the drama card. That's crazy because here it is right here, drama. I feel like there is a lot of drama going on. And that could be a contributing factor to what's bringing this anger out in him. But I feel like he's finding other coping mechanisms to kind of get through this too. Because I get partying. He's been partying a little more. But he's still confused. Because he's still trying to walk through this process of healing too at the same time. So, let me see what else. Good. Yeah, I feel like he's gonna try and come back. Buttercup, I feel like he's gonna try and reach out to you soon. There's gonna come a point that I feel like he's gonna get enough courage to try and reach out to you. Okay. Spirit, show me. Show me, Spirit. Yeah, I feel like he still felt like he had to be guarded with you. Because I feel like he knew if he allowed you to get any closer to him, that you would see the flaws in him that you end up seeing right there at the end, that you called him out on. Because he says he couldn't allow you to get that close to him. Because I feel like he was still trying to hide. I feel like he was still trying to play a part. He was wearing a mask to you. But I don't feel like he could wear that mask with you much longer. I felt like that mask was falling off. And I feel like that was part of it. Yeah, I could see his energy driving that masculine side out of you. Yeah. And he felt, as time progressed forward, I feel like he felt like you were going to leave him no matter what. Because he replays the conversations y'all had over and over again. And as a result, he knew you were going to eventually leave no matter what. Because you were going to see him for who he is, for who you saw him as at the end, not who he was at the beginning or in the middle of the relationship, but who he slowly started to reveal who he truly is at the end. That anger, the frustration, the pain, the trauma, the hurt, the ego. There's a sense of codependency, like he needs you and others around him to tell him he's doing a good job. To recognize that in him, or saying that he's, you know, he is a man. Yeah, I can see that. I don't see you settling for that either. I Most people would be crazy to accept that. He knows he needed to let you go, though, even though it hurt him, because he knows he messed up. All right, what else, Spirit? Because he knows deep in his heart that you're not the one for him, and he's not the one meant for you. Even though he feels like you were probably one of the best things that ever happened to him, though. And he knows it's his fault for things ending the way he did. Because I get that too. He knows it was his fault. Alright. Let me see something, Spirit. Let me see. Okay. Oh, Spirit. Spirit. Yeah, Nicole, well, some guys, you know, but this is not just guys, it's just in general. Some people don't know how to grow up and only be happy with one person. Seems like people always need to know they got options, just to stroke their own ego to know they still got it. Some never learn, but then you can't expect them to learn how to love themselves or to expect your love for them when they can't even love themselves because they don't know how to. Unfortunately, people didn't show them that kind of love for them to understand it. Spirit, what else? Yeah, I think he's going to try and come back, beautiful. But I feel like he's going to use a friend to try and connect y'all. I feel like because he's scared of your rejection. Because he's trying to gradually come back to you. Because he still knows there's a lot of issues he has to work through. Because he knows that you, if it ever had an opportunity of changing and becoming more, that it's going to take time for you to trust him again. And that's not going to happen overnight. And it's not going to be easy either, which, again, beautiful. I would not, you know, you want to hear him out. That's one thing, because I feel like you do need some answers. I feel like you do still need to hear it from him. I feel like you still need that type of clarity to kind of help dispel some of the confusion you've been experiencing. But I still feel like he's going to try and manipulate his way back and make you feel like, oh, I'm a changed man. No, I'll never hit you again. No, I'll never treat you that way again. You know, can we not try again? Can we not work on this? You know, is it really over? But I feel like he's going to try and use someone. So you can wish him well, beautiful. Like I said, you know, forgiveness doesn't mean you allow them back into your life. You can forgive them and still let them go and not welcome them back. And I wouldn't have welcomed them back myself, but because I want to see something. Is this the right one? No. Where'd it go? I have a oracle deck that's for specifically for problems. I think this might be it. Yeah. Show me what was the biggest few issues in this relationship. Buttercup, with her ex? What was the 3 biggest issues? Yeah, I don't think you'll ever be able to feel safe with him, beautiful. Because I just feel like it's always going to be in the back of your mind. Because he's a narcissist. Like, I mean, I asked Spirit, give me 3 of the main problems in this relationship you have with him. And it says he's a narcissist. There's no room for narcissistic behavior. Narcissists have a hard time loving someone else because they don't truly love themselves. So reflect on the reasons that led you to accept this behavior. This is what Spirit wants you to focus on. What led you to love him? What is it about him, that allowed you to accept some of his toxic ways? Even though you ultimately ended it, but there was something else that drew you to him. But again, you're not meant to be with him. And it's the biggest issue will always be that trust factor. Like you said, rebuild trust. Because it won't happen overnight, but with effort, patience, being loving, and remaining hopeful, trust can be rebuilt. But I don't feel like that trust will ever be the same again, even if you let him in a little bit. Because there's always going to be other people out there again because of his narcissistic ways, I feel. And I'm not a psychiatrist, so I don't like using, that term, but we'll just say very selfish. They self-indulge. And I feel like because of his ego, he would end up looking elsewhere. And it won't matter how much love you give to him. He would still look elsewhere. He would still keep his options open. Because you could never fully fulfill him. Which, who could ever fully fulfill someone who is selfish that way? It's hard for them to just settle and be happy with just one person. Because there's always going to be someone else out there. Prettier, that's going to, try and get his attention, that may have something that you don't have, that he sees. And it's just all going to be about him stroking his own ego. And so now it's time for you to let go, is what Spirit's saying. What else, Spirit? Show me. What is it that Buttercup needs to work on now to move forward, Spirit? Whoa. What is it that Buttercup needs to work on now to move forward, to rebuild herself for a new relationship when it's divine timing, when the timing is right? What can Buttercup work on? Bettering herself, make herself better for a new relationship once she heals from this. Spirit, show me. Spirit wants to remind you, and this is true for all of us, to me, because y'all always hear me say this. It's not about what people say, it's what they do. right? People can tell you you mean more to them than anything else in this world, but do their actions speak that? Do their actions align with their words, with what they're telling you? They can tell you this big, huge fantasy story that they think you're the love of their life and they want to run off and marry you and they're going to give you the world, but they can do all this. But are their actions showing you, like proving to you that they mean what they say? Can you believe them? So Spirit wants you to pay more attention to people's actions and not just their words. So it says, forget what they say. What matters is what they do. They can say all the I love yous, but if they never put it into practice, it means nothing. The greater the actions, the louder the words. Be observant. And that's very true. The greater the actions, the greater those words bring in. So Buttercup, that's like Spirit saying don't settle. Don't settle just for a person's words. What is their actions? No, beautiful. Spirit was just throwing me some cards. I'm just taking from this relationship. This is one of my love oracle. It's about when people have trouble in relationships, but I think it's also good for oneself to look at themselves. Where can they improve? How can they improve on themselves to know what to look for, or to help them to be a better partner or a better friend or a better family member in their relationship? So that's one thing Spirit wants you to focus on. What else, Spirit? And then I'm going to pull out what you're attracting and what's coming towards you next. I know this Emperor is supposed to be coming towards you, but in the meantime, Spirit wants you to cut your losses and move on. It can be hard to move on, but if you're not feeling loved or valued, what's the point? You're too good to be with someone who isn't sure what they want. So cut your losses and move on. Know that you're not meant to be with him. You're not meant to have this relationship with him. Yeah, y'all loved each other, and that's never going to change. Y'all have a history, and nobody can take that from you. Nobody can wipe it away. But they're a history now. They're not your present, nor are they your future. All right, Spirit, what else? Show me. What's a couple other things Buttercup can work on to help herself move on, to heal, and be better for her relationships going forward? What other things can she work on, Spirit, to help her? Spirit wants to remind you that when things are happening in your relationships, regardless whether it's family, friends, or romantic or professional, keep it as private as possible. Don't go asking, don't go telling. Now, beautiful, understand me, okay? I'm not coming down on you for you telling someone about what he did when he hit you. I think that's brave. I think that's courageous. It takes a lot of strength to be that person, to speak up, especially speak up to him. And it's also very courageous and refreshing to me that you weren't afraid to tell him what he needed to hear. See, and to me, if it was the right person for you, they would not have reacted the way he did. They would have accepted, what you had to say and opened their mind to it and listened to you, because they would have trusted in your advice and what you're seeing on the outside looking in. But outside of, if someone's being abusive, beautiful, if there's other things, y'all just arguing, let's just say about money, for an example, or maybe they work too much, those types of things, do you have to tell someone? Beautiful, keep it as private as possible. I'm not telling you don't talk to nobody, because we all need someone to talk to when we're having issues, no matter who it's with. that one person we can lean on that's not our significant other. And the same thing is true when it comes to our family and friends. Who is that person we can turn to when we are having those struggles and we're trying to talk things out? We may not necessarily be looking to someone else to fix it, or we're not necessarily looking to them to have advice on what we are supposed to do, but we just may need someone just to hear us out. We just need someone to vent to. We need that shoulder. Just hear me out. I don't need you to fix this. I just need an ear. Just allow me to vent and I'll feel better. So just be mindful of who you talk to, beautiful. That's what Spirit's saying. Um, so keep it private. It says if you have issues in your relationship, learn to talk to your partner instead of airing your dirty laundry and risk damaging the future of your relationship. But beautiful, like I said, this is targeted towards romantic love, but this is true about all our relationships. There's certain things that, yeah, you should be able to go to them first. But if it's in, a situation like what you went through, you're supposed to go to your family. You're supposed to go to your friends. Like, so and so hit me. Like, you know, am I crazy? Am I stupid to want to stay? Am I stupid for loving them? All those things, which is natural, okay? But like I said, we all need someone to lean on when things aren't going right, when things aren't ideal for us. We need that one person. Keep it to that one person is what I would tell you. Don't tell anyone else. Who's that one person you can trust that's outside? That's not family. That's not friends. That's not romantic either, for each one. And just keep it as private as possible. What else, Spirit? This is what you need to focus and work on going forward, beautiful. To help make yourself better and also your relationships better overall, no matter romantic, family, friends. What else, Spirit? What else does Buttercup need to learn and work on in her relationships going forward, regardless of whether it's romantic, friendship, or romantic, or family, I mean. Okay, well, that's more romantic, Spirit, but okay. Spirit wants to make sure when it comes to your romantic relationships, do not give yourself physically so easily, okay? Make them wait. And beautiful, let me tell you something. My parents always told me growing up that if a man really loves me, he would never ever try with me, okay? It's not that they don't have that desire for you, because some people would take it, well, they're rejecting me. They must not find me physically attractive or desire me in that way. That's not always true either, okay? I don't need a man to desire me sexually to feel desired, to feel loved, to feel valued, okay? So my parents told me, if a man really loves you, he will never try and go there, especially when you're not ready. That they would be patient with you and they are going to wait till you're ready to take it to that next step. And they sure in the hell aren't going to go around looking for it elsewhere, okay? Um, as we all know, being adult, there's other adult ways to manage those needs, and I'm just going to leave it like that, okay? By not looking elsewhere to satisfy that physical need. So make sure, you are patient with yourself. All right, Spirit, what else? Can I get a couple more, please, for Miss Buttercup, Spirit? Um, Spirit saying, I guess you have an issue with jealousy, possibly. Because they're saying you provoke jealousy. Provoking jealousy is a double-edged sword. Don't do it. It says when faced with the desire to get their attention, jealousy induction might be effective, but it's risky. It can hurt the one you love and lose the one you love. And that's also true. You don't want to drive someone to be jealous. out of fear of losing you. To me, if someone really loves you, no matter whether it's friends, family, or romantic, they're going to have other ways of showing you that they love you, they value you, they appreciate you, they don't want to lose you without triggering a negative emotion such as jealousy and making them insecure. Okay, beautiful. Now I want to see, what are you attracting? And then now that you're single, beautiful, even though you're healing, but what else you could be attracting from here on out? Where's that deck? Oops. This last deck. This is it. Is it? Of course not. No, that's not it. Here it is. Alright, Spirit, show me. What is Buttercup attracting? What type of person is Buttercup attracting? Presently. I've seen this deck somewhere. I'm not seeing it. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. Hi, beautiful Sage. How you doing, girlfriend? Alright, Spirit. What is Buttercup attracting? Okay. You may be on guard right now. To anyone naturally, because you're going through and you're trying to still heal. Because the first card out is on guard. Guards will be up in this relationship. It's okay to be cautious and take it slow, but make an effort to trust a little more. So your guard's up right now. So it's telling me that right now you're kind of guarded. You're kind of keeping people at bay. But it doesn't mean that you got to keep yourself all closed up completely. Still open up your heart just a little bit, just for that possibility of new love coming in for you. Because I feel like the person you're going to attract is someone that is very intelligent, and is going to be an intelligent bond. You're going to be attracted to your bond's going to go, if I can talk right, your bond with them will grow through intellectual conversations, I feel. Because this one says intellectual affair. There will be a strong intellectual bond, a love influenced by logic. Overanalyzing could be an issue, though. So someone you would be attracting, like this, the Emperor, that is someone who's very intelligent, who uses their logic. An Emperor is that type of leadership energy, to where they delegate, they use their logic, they, use their logic and rationale. They may not always, overanalyze, but they can get lost in that sometimes. Hi, Sage. Oh, I can still do another one, Sage, if that's what you're asking, girlfriend. Spirit, what else is Buttercup attracting? What kind of person or people are drawn to her right now? Show me. Oh dear. Okay, understand that there will be people that might try and come in and interfere in any bond you try and create. There is also someone who is a player, okay? Because I have the score, and it says who is playing who. Somebody here is looking to score, but only play if you're willing to lose the game. So you could be attracting someone who just wants to play games, or only wants to get with you because they're only looking for a one-night stand or a friends with benefits kind of thing. Not something that's long-term. So, but be careful, beautiful. Somebody might try and interfere in your relationships. So again, keep things private with, only pick those couple of people you can trust and keep everyone else in the dark. That's in your close circle. Otherwise, they'll come in and they'll try and interfere. Like, I get someone that will try to talk you out of something to make you question and doubt yourself. To where you don't believe in yourself. You don't believe in your judgment. You don't believe like you're going to be making the right decisions for yourself. So don't allow this person or a group of people to interfere. And the other one I got is you could be attracting someone who's looking for a live-in relationship. But it may not be someone who's looking to possibly get married, but they would be happy just to live with you and have that common law, live-in title, but no marriage. Doesn't mean it couldn't possibly happen down the road, but I don't feel like it'll be right now. Okay, Sage. I got you, beautiful. Alright. So that's what you're attracting. That's what could be coming towards you right now, beautiful. So just keep that in mind. Let me see. Let me pull this last deck out for you, girlfriend, and go into this. If there's anyone in your sights right now, some of the things to consider while you're single. Let's see. Spirit. What is it? After Buttercup heals, what could be coming in? What else does she need to know while she's single and when she starts dating? Show me, Spirit. For Buttercup, please. Alright. Come on, Spirit. Can't give me half the deck. Okay, beautiful. Be careful right now that you're not ignoring red flags. While you're single and you're vulnerable right now, I can understand where you're guarded, but I can also understand it from the point of you also that desire to still want that, intimate connection with someone, not talking physically, sexually, like, but someone that you can reach over and hug and kiss, that's not family or friends. But Spirit wants you to be careful about who it is because they're showing me wrong places, ignoring red flags, looking in all the wrong places, stuck in the rut of a bad relationship. So Spirit saying be mindful of where you're looking. You could be looking in all the wrong places when you do start to look again, if you haven't already been looking. So it's either you're looking in the wrong places now or you will be. So be mindful of this. Be mindful to not ignore the red flags. What else, Spirit? Maybe try and work on yourself. Make, make healthier choices for yourself. Spirit wants you to kind of even look at maybe going to the gym, or doing something that improves your overall physical health. So I get gym life, body makeover, making healthy choices, healthier lifestyle. So this could be somewhere where you might meet someone. If you have a gym membership, beautiful, and you haven't been using it or are not going as often, I would encourage you to start using it more. And that will help you work through some of that pain that you're still dealing with from your ex. And Spirit's also saying, stop living in the past, because though this is going to come back and haunt you, which means I feel like ghosts from the past. It says past regrets, living in the past coming back. And I feel like I said, I feel like he would try and come back. So be mindful of this too. And it might start off that people disappoint you, beautiful. But again, beautiful, don't look at it as being disappointed, because I get this at the bottom. It says let down, disappointment, cancel plans, no call, no show. Don't look at this as a disappointment or rejection. Think of this as the divine's protection for you. So if someone doesn't call you back, if someone doesn't show an interest in you, if maybe they're there and then they disappear and do a disappearing act, like they ghost you, as the way people say it. That's divine's protection. They're not meant to be in your life, girlfriend. Even if you feel like they might had a potential of being something serious, they're not. So don't fool yourself is what I pick up. And be clear of your expectations too. When you start dating again, always have that intention. Date with intention. So what I mean by that is, if you're not looking for your forever mate right now, because maybe you're still trying to go through that healing process, as I feel you're doing, let the people know you start dating. Like, listen, I'm not looking for anything. I'm still, trying to get over my breakup. Sure, we can hang out as friends, but I'm not looking forward to get involved with anyone right now. Or maybe you just want to have a casual, start dating casually. That's okay. No matter what it is, just be clear. And make sure you also understand where the other person is at too. And what I would encourage you, beautiful, and everyone else out there who's single, or even if you're dating, what I would tell y'all is, again, if you're looking for someone to settle down with, so meaning you're looking for your forever partner, your future wife, your future husband, be clear about that. Okay, so when you go out there and start dating, if you're dating, make sure the person or group of people you're dating, that they want the same thing. They're looking for the same thing. Do not go in there with this, expectation of, let's just say there's someone you start dating who is only looking for casual dating. They're not looking for their forever mate. They're not looking to have a serious relationship right now. And you just think, oh, well, I'll be the one to change their mind and blah, blah, blah. Don't do that, because you're just setting yourself up for disappointment, okay? They're not ready. And it doesn't mean that they can't change their mind down the road, but I don't feel like they would try and change it anytime soon. So don't think you're going to be the one that's going to change it all for them, okay? Just go with it. If you feel like, okay, well, am I really ready for something serious? Maybe I'm not as ready as I think, okay? Well, we'll just casually date, and if it goes anywhere, okay. If it doesn't, you're okay with that too. Your expectations are, you're not expecting it to go farther or go very far. Just be clear about that. Be honest with yourself, but be honest with the people you're dating too. And don't think you're going to change them. Okay. And then I'm going to get you a couple angel cards, Buttercup, real quick before you go, girlfriend, before I let you go and close your reading out, sweetheart. I hope this has been helpful for you. Let's see. Let's see. Spirit, show me, please. Can I get a couple angel messages for Buttercup, please? Thank you. Show me, please. Oops. All right. A couple more, Spirit. More. All right, beautiful. There's a few angel messages I got here for you, girlfriend. Miss Buttercup. First one is boundaries. When you don't protect or overprotect your boundaries, your needs go unmet. Review and renew your boundaries. So make sure you protect your boundaries. Be clear about that, girlfriend. No matter who it's with. Be clear with it, with your family, your friends, and any potential romantic partner connection you have. Always be clear. And make sure you are clear with yourself what those boundaries are too. And the next one is magic prayer. Your prayers will be answered. Speak your intentions and the universe will provide your heart's desire. So beautiful. If you believe in prayer, pray, you know, or if you, don't have a religion, you don't have to have a religion, girlfriend. Just know that, just talking to your spirit guides, talking to your guardian angels, even talking to your passed over loved ones. Just let them know what it is you want, what you need help with. Be clear with them. Asking for that help and guidance is very powerful, and they will step in and help you. They are listening. And the last message I got for you to close your reading out, girlfriend, is distant future. Even if you can't immediately see the evidence of your desires manifesting, remember that other people's free will choices are involved. So even if you feel like your desires and dreams aren't coming to fruition right away, just understand that it might mean that something else needs to happen, because what you're trying to manifest, it means that the other person or group of people involved, it's part of them having to make decisions or take actions too in order for it to come in alignment. But overall, beautiful, be loving and good to yourself. Give yourself this time to heal. Don't rush it. Don't force it. Don't put yourself on, a timeline either, like you expect to be over this in a certain amount of time, or don't even put yourself up to being under pressure, falling under pressure because someone might, be interested in you and you're like, wow, what if they're the one? Beautiful. If someone approaches you right now and has a, romantic interest in you and you're not ready to pursue it, understand me. If they're meant for you, they'll be there and they'll be patient and they'll wait. They won't put that pressure on you to force you to want to open up right now. They'll be understanding, because it's like I always tell y'all, what's meant for you will never pass you by. And I want you to remember that. So, beautiful Buttercup, I hope this reading has resonated for you. I hope it's given you clarity. I hope it's cleared up the confusion you may have been having and helped to explain some things, to know where you stand and where you're at in your healing, and what to do now to move forward, and know that you have still a beautiful future to look forward to, that there is someone else that's going to come in and love you and worship you and treat you the way you want and you deserve to be treated, without anyone ever making you feel like you've done something wrong or you deserve for someone to be mentally, emotionally, and physically abusive to you. There's no room for that, beautiful. You're more deserving than that. Okay? Don't ever think anything less than the best. You deserve the best like the rest of us. So I hope this reading has really helped uplift you and encourage you. I hope it's given you the other words of encouragement, what to work on, what to work towards, and what to look forward to in your future when it comes to your relationships, but more specifically, when it comes to your romantic relationship, with your ex and now going forward. I hope, you continue on this journey of self-discovery and self-healing, but never forget to always love yourself first. You can't, expect others to love you if you don't first love you, because it's you, at the end of the day, who teaches the other people, whether it's family, friends, or a romantic partner. You teach them how to treat you, how to love you. So just remember that too. So I want to say thank you, beautiful. Thank you so much again for trusting me to read for you. It's been an honor, girlfriend. Hi, David. High Level Up Dojo. Sage. Who else is here? Hi, beautiful people came in while I was doing that reading. Alright, put these cards up. No, good, I'm happy. I'm glad, girlfriend. And you're so welcome, honey. And thank you for all your love and your support, too. And thank you, for trusting me again to read for you. Yeah, beautiful. Use that journal. That's very powerful. And it'll help you heal, because it'll help you walk through and think through everything to where you're able to process it and digest it better. Oh, thank you, Bob. Thank you for all you do, baby. You help me a lot, so thank you. Put this up now. Sage, are you still here, girlfriend? I know you said you wanted a mini reading, so I'm just asking. Okay, honey. Let me clear off my desk, girlfriend. If you got a few minutes, I'm going to have to stand up for a minute. If you can give me like 5-10 minutes once I clean off this desk, because I got to stretch my back out for a minute. Oops, almost forgot about that card. Well, hello, Amanda. Thank you, honey. I appreciate you. It's right here in case. Okay. All right. All right, beautiful sage. You here, girlfriend? Thank you for your patience, honey. It's interesting for you to hear the background traffic. Yeah, I'm sorry. Nothing I can do. I live right by the main street. Hi, DM. I wasn't expecting, like, when I bought this house, I didn't think this street was gonna be as busy as it is, but it is busy. All right, beautiful sage. Honey, do you have like a specific question or a specific area you want me to focus on? But yeah, I know that, being right next door to where they're still building that house. So now y'all know it's like sometimes I get woken up just by the next door neighbor, I mean, there's nobody living there, but they're building that house. So, and they start early, like they start at 6:30. That's just crazy to me. Well, I'm glad you find it interesting, baby. Yep, there's the siren right there. And the trucks, the semis, and um, the other people. Life path. Guidance on life path. Alright, beautiful. Let's see. Okay, tips for you on your journey. All right. That's interesting. Show me, Spirit. Spirit really needs you to walk the path you're on, beautiful. You need to be like a sponge. You need to absorb as much as you can from a spiritual mentor, wherever you're collecting your spiritual wisdom, whoever's that influencer in your life. Have that warrior spirit, I get. Be in that present energy. In order to lead, you must also learn. Spirit. What else? And make sure you're looking at things from all angles, but especially from above. What is it that you see? How do you see your life? Where do you see it's going? What have you learned? What do you still feel like you need to learn? Be an absorber of knowledge and wisdom. Be passionate and share your warmth and your love with others. I feel there's a desire here to work with crystals too. If you haven't considered working with crystals, I would highly suggest you do that, girlfriend. In fact, I need to pull out my other deck, because it makes me want to pull that out now. Let's see. I want to see what your gifts are. Spirit, show me. Show me what is Sage's psychic spiritual gifts, please. Sage's psychic spiritual gifts. Shamanism. If you've ever felt called to shamanism, that's one of your spiritual gifts. And I still don't know, quite understand what this one is. Heyoka. Um, it says you are the mirror, easily taking on another person's energy and exposing them to their shadow and their light. A walking karma. So you have this gift to be a mirror to others and show them, I think, both the light and the dark within themselves to help them transcend time, to transcend change, to transform themselves into better people, but actually to help guide them to the light within, to where their life path is to lead them who they're supposed to be in this life, in this journey. That's beautiful. Yeah, because I mean, I have the crystal messenger here, and it says enhance your intuition with gems and crystals. So you're meant to work with them, and you're meant to use them. Like, I get, Sage, I get someone who's meant to, like, be able to possibly read people using crystals. Like, you have a special connection to crystals. Like, you pick up that energy from them. I don't know if you've ever held onto a crystal and felt like it had its own soul. And, like, you know, you could even pick up the energy of, does it have more of a masculine energy or does it have more of a feminine energy? As crazy as that would sound to even some people in our world, in the spiritual society, they would even take some of that as a little too far. But I understand crystals have their own energy to them. So I feel like you're supposed to tap into that energy. And shamanism, like I said, discover the shamanic powers within you. Call upon the universal forces of the spirit worlds and open up your life to natural healing. And here's the Heyoka right here. Because this is part of where you're supposed to really dive deeper and get to know, besides being this crystal messenger, trusting yourself, the intuition, the messages that come through. I feel like this is part of your ancestral gifts. Like, I feel like this has to do with your heritage. This is something that your ancestors have done before you. And I feel like you're meant to honor this. Yes, it's not crazy to you? Okay, well, I'm glad, honey, because I know for some, they would look at me a little crazy. So, all right, Spirit, what else? Show me. What are Sage's other spiritual and psychic gifts? Please, show me. And I believe with this, you'll find your soul tribe. If you're feeling like you're not connected to people, or you feel like you're struggling to make those type of spiritual connections, I feel like you're meant to start your own tribe. Because I have soul tribe here. In this lifetime, you're blessed with being able to recognize and reconnect with souls that will catalyze your spiritual awakening. So you're meant to start your own soul tribe, but there's people out there you're meant to meet. And I feel like you will come across them using these practices. They will bring it together for you. And you also, with working with crystals, learning to tap into this energy, because you're meant to be both a a student, but also a mentor, a teacher. But I feel like more of you right now has to be in the role of student than teacher. And I feel like once you become that student and you kind of connect with people and find your soul tribe, I feel like more of these gifts will kind of surface more, and you'll start getting more downloads, I get, from your ancestors on the other side and from the universe showing you, yes, this is the right path. You know, especially if it's calling to you. Like, I feel like gems, crystals being one of them. But this is the other one that really stands out more to me than the other two. Not saying that shamanism isn't part of it, but I really do pick that up from you. What else, Spirit? Show me. And you naturally, which your energy's always told me this, Sage, you're a humanitarian. You're the ultimate humanitarian, and those who come to you come away better and happier through your selfless acts of kindness, because you're a healer. You're a light worker. And I know you know this, but I feel like sometimes you question or doubt yourself or doubt your gifts because you're unsure of which focus, where to put your focus and time and attention in. And I feel like these are the areas Spirit's guiding you to focus on that. But you're talking about creating jewelry, and here it is right here. That was the first one out. And the ancestral, like this is part of your spirit, your ancestral legacy right here. And being this mentor. Both be a student and a mentor. But first, you've got to be the student who absorbs everything like a sponge first to tie it all together. Like Sage, I don't feel like you're supposed to meant to just do one thing. I feel like you're supposed to use all of these things collectively to help others, to help them heal, to help them find spiritual guidance, to help them see the good in the world, for them to be able to find where their own path is to lead them. You know, if they're supposed to like follow in the footsteps of, maybe they're supposed to be, you know, work in shamanism, be a shamanist, and use their hands to help heal others. You know, I feel like you are this lantern, this candle that burns bright, that people are drawn to. And with that light, you put all your love, all your knowledge, your wisdom, and your soul into providing that healing, that guidance. And you instill that into others. You're meant to kind of like help direct and lead the way, is what I get. Deeply. I really do feel that deeply. One more, Spirit. This is more than just like a soul level. I mean, I feel like this is something you've done before in a past life. I picked that up heavily. Ooh, my beautiful Spirit. Sorry, I just saw a spirit orb. One more. No, Spirit. And here's the other healer. Like I said, healer. Realize that the adversity you experienced in life was only to awaken your healing potentials so that you may help others in their time of need. You're this beautiful healer. But I know it's going to take, you know, some common faith in yourself to believe this. And I feel like as time moves forward, Sage, and I feel like you gain all the knowledge you can, like, you know, reading, whether that's books, articles, going to seminars, meeting with other people, like-minded people like you, who are into these type of practices. I feel like you're going to gain more of that confidence, and I feel like you're going to get more faith in belief in yourself to see, yes, this really is calling to me. Yes, I really do feel guided towards this. Yes, I'm supposed to be this healer. Yes, I'm supposed to even use crystals to help heal people. I even get someone who's supposed to use like singing bowls. For whatever reason, I'm being shown a picture of singing bowls. That's what Spirit's showing me in my psychic eye right now. So you're meant to do something with that, like even teach a class. It's almost like I see myself sitting in, like you're the instructor. I see you instructing people, learning how to use this singing bowl, but teaching others how to use it for different purposes, for both healing, even to help people sleep. Um, and I feel like there's going to be something you're going to be able to come up with, your creative spiritual mind. You're going to be able to come up with something that's going to take it to another level that I feel like others haven't taken it to yet. So you're meant to take it a step further than where it's been left off as. Not saying that there isn't enough there, but there's something else you're supposed to do, combining all these gifts into one. And I feel like you will know this. It will call to you. It will be a clear sign. Um, I don't know. I even get sigils, Sage. Um, and it's crazy because I would have sworn part of what I just saw was like a sigil. Um, and I feel like it ties into this, the shamanism. Like I feel like you're gonna help people. Who may feel a little lost too. Like I feel like you're gonna be that person that's gonna help people, not so much fight off evil, but I feel like you're gonna be the one that's gonna teach them also how to use different things to help with spiritual protection. That you're gonna know, that I feel like you've already gained a good bit of knowledge, and I feel like there's more there to be gained. But I feel like that's something else you're gonna come with, and being able to be that teacher. You're gonna be practicing that, and part of that is also using crystals. So it's collectively both. There's like a different mindset of using crystals as healing, but crystals as protection. The shamanism, the healer, the heyoka. Um, and I get the energy, Sage, of someone that's not. You possibly can read auras, but I feel like you're an energy reader in the context of like me. Um, yes, I'm a psychic empath. You know that I can, pick up other people's energies. As far as their emotions, I can absorb them and understand what other people are feeling in the moment. But more of me is clairsentient, which is being able to pick up the vibrations, the frequency in the environment. And I feel like that's where more you're going to be targeted towards. And I feel like that's where Spirit's trying to direct you both towards the crystals, the singing bowls, and in collaboration, there's something for whatever reason, sigil is coming up in my mind again. There's something having to do with sigils. So let me see, one more spirit. And you're going to be using air in some way in connection with this too. I got the air element. The air element is within you. Greatly talented in weaving spells for creativity, communication, transformation, and movement. And that's kind of tied into these two as well, with the shamanism and the heyoka. And there's something here with using air, the energy around, the frequency, the vibration, like the way music travels into the environment. It's that vibration, like the air is going to be part of that major element that's kind of going to push it a little further. Like Sage, it makes me think of, the way I would describe this, like um telepathy. Telepathy is that ability, for those of you who don't know or may misunderstand what telepathy is. From my experience and talking with others, it's the ability to pick up other people's thoughts like it's your own. Okay, people have this idea that it's someone like me going out there and trying to scan your brain and pick up every single thought you have. No, and I'm not doing that. Okay, but someone who puts out thoughts for someone like me to pick up. I'm the receiver. you know. So you think of like a having your own radio station, and your thoughts is out there on that radio station, and I'm just the antenna that picks it up, okay? So it's kind of along that same frequency. How, you know, sometimes people will say you have to be in close quarters to be able to pick up that frequency, to be able to pick up other people's thoughts. I don't believe that's necessarily true, because I've picked up people's thoughts from 3,000 miles away from me, okay? But in the same regard, someone has to have enough of that energy. Like if you think of someone who is just frightened. I mean, they're scared out of their mind, you know, like they feel like it's a life or death situation type of scare, type of fear. That energy is a lot stronger, and it pushes it out and pushes the frequency out even further. To where maybe someone like me will easily be able to assess it more than I would if they were in closer range to me, but it doesn't mean they have to be. Like, I feel like you're going to be able to figure out what that extra power, where it comes from, to be able to push those frequencies out. Because I get the energy of someone who can go through like a Reiki healer, but you're going to use sound vibration with it. And it's not like you're going to have to literally be in the room with someone. I feel like this is something you can do from a distance. I feel like it's something you can do over the phone. I feel like it's even something you could do, like recording, you know, recording a video and sending it to that person if a client were to pay you, or if you wanted to, you know, post it on a social media, you know, page of yours, you know, just to help people. I feel like it's going to go in all those directions for you. So, but I feel like that's your focus, Sage. Those are the areas you need to focus on. And beautiful, don't get yourself overwhelmed by it, because there's a lot of different subcategories that can go along with this too. And it can go down a rabbit hole. It can be an endless rabbit hole. You know, you got to decide what makes the most sense to you, what resonates the most with you, where you feel like you're going to do the greatest good, and you feel like others will learn from you too, and it would be something that can be easily be taught to them, to where they can understand it. Because I think sometimes um, people, you got to learn how to speak their own language, per se. You know, like think of yourself going to see a doctor, you know, and doctors use these big medical terms they learn in school, you know, and you just kind of look at them like, okay, you said I have this diagnosis. What exactly does that mean? Give me it plain English, please. Spell it out for me, okay? I feel like you're going to be able to explain it in the simplest terms, where people will be able to understand, to where they feel like they ain't gotta go take this course or read this book or that book. You're gonna be able to teach it to them very well for them to understand without having any issues. And I feel like people will be drawn to that, because I feel like you're gonna be able to level with people in a way that maybe others, you know, they lose traction. Like people kind of, you know, take a class and they look at you, they're like, huh? What did you say? Like what? I didn't understand. Did you understand what he or she was saying? I don't feel like that'll be your case. So let me get a couple other messages for you real quick, Sage. Let's see, Spirit. Spirit. Spirit, please. And I feel like you're probably gonna travel too, beautiful. Um, I feel like you're gonna possibly travel around the country, even possibly the world. You're going to go to faraway places to help people, to teach people, or to even learn. Because I get faraway places. Get ready for new horizons. There's going to be a lot here you're going to gain, and it's crazy. I even got the Eight of Wands at the bottom of my tarot deck. Eight of Wands is also a card of travel. So it's just confirming that. There's a lot of positive energy, positive movement coming towards you. And that positive movement, that positive energy coming towards you is that same frequency. You're going to be able to carry it like a torch and keep it going to where it transcends time and transcends, location. You're going to be able to reach a lot more people. All right, Spirit, let me clarify this real quick. All right, Spirit, clarify for me, please, for Sage. Oh, all that, Spirit. Come on now. Again. Clarify this for me, Spirit, for Sage. Yeah, you're this leader. Clarify, Spirit. Yeah, you're like this emperor. You're this leader, girlfriend. Think of yourself like the Empress, though. But, be the emperor. You're this leader. You're this powerful leader. You're meant to lead again, like this soul tribe. Where'd it go? Finding your soul tribe. You're going to lead this soul tribe. And you're going to show them the way. You're going to show them the light. And like I see you like being the one that gives courses. You're going to be the one that teaches. There's some kind of like course or classes you're going to be able to provide to people who are seeking guidance, but also seeking to learn from you, or seeking your wisdom, or seeking your healing hands, because of it, you being this healer right here too. But using gems and crystals, that's going to be the main thing right here, is this, to do this, to provide this together, and to give people their faith a new direction. What else, Spirit? One more. Show me. Yep, and there's the Empress right there at the bottom. That nurturing, loving figure. And Spirit showing me you're going to be able to give it to people in more than one way. Like, you're going to be able to give them more than one perspective by you being, the hangman here too, to show them, like we all say that saying, there's more than one way to skin a cat. You're going to learn all those ways, and I feel like you're going to be able to teach it to so many people, that there's more than one way of how to heal, how to, do things. There's multiple roads, not just one. It's not just black and white. You're going to bring all the other different colors of the rainbow, so to speak, which is going to be all the different paths people can take to their enlightenment, to their spiritual awakening, to healing themselves, to also gaining that wisdom, that knowledge from you, to be able to possibly even start their own journey, and maybe even turning those students into teachers themselves. But you are a strong spiritual leader, a strong spiritual advisor, I get. I'm sorry, you getting cold, Bob. So I hope this is helping you, Sage. I hope it's making sense, girlfriend. Let's see. Let me get an angel card for you. I wanted to grab from where's that one angel deck? I don't have it here. Forgive me, I got my deck spread out everywhere. Let's see. Can I get one angel card for Sage, please, and thank you. Show me, Spirit. One message for Sage to close her reading out, please. Divine Self. There it is right there. Alright, girlfriend. Let me find it. Alright, beautiful Sage. The angel card I got for you is Divine Self. And it's the color orange. Intuition, balance, connection, and spirit. And it says, when you're working with your guardian angels and the archangels, you're also making a connection with your divine self. That's the part of you that remains in communication with the divine. When you do readings for yourself and others, you're tapping into the connection. It's also the way your angels leave messages in your subconscious that gently float up into your consciousness, providing divine guidance and flashes of intuition. Orange is the color of balance and intuition. It represents your higher self, the part of you that fully trusts your perception. Your messages flow clearly and you see light in all things. And that's beautiful. And you have that direct connection because of the shamanism, the healer, and you being able to connect to crystals and being the humanitarian too. You have that connection like me. And it's time for you to trust in that, girlfriend. Don't doubt it. Don't allow others to persuade you and call you crazy or make yourself think you're crazy because you're not. And I know you know that. So trust in that, sweetheart. And that's what I got for you, Miss Sage. My beautiful lady. I hope this reading's resonated with you. I hope it has helped giving you the guidance and the clarity that you need to help you on your spiritual path and your journey going forward in life, in your spiritual enlightenment, and where you're wanting to go to next. So I feel like this is just a beginning for you, Sage. I feel like there's still so much more that you're still have yet to uncover. And I feel like once you see that doorway and you see the possibilities opening up, I feel like it's gonna open up to you like the sun shining down on you, just to confirm to you that yes, this is where you are being directed towards. So beautiful. I want to say thank you again so much for trusting me to read for you. It's always an honor to read for you, Sage. Thank you so much again for your love, your support, and your donations too. It means the world to me, honey. You help to make this channel what it is and make me who I am, so thank you. Good, I'm so glad it did. Okay, what am I missing here? Hi, Judith. How you doing, honey? Hello, Joanne. How you doing, beautiful soul? Okay, what's supposed to be passed on to me? What did I miss? You're so welcome, honey. Anytime, girlfriend. And you know, Sage, I know you sent me your number, honey. And beautiful, can you do me a favor? I'm not sure if I still have it because it seems like some of my emails get deleted if I don't get to them in time. So if you want me to still have your number, send it to me again, honey, so I could put it in my phone. Because you were on my list of people that I wanted to call. And I just didn't get a chance to the other day. Because when I say I spent a couple days on the phone, in total, I think I spent just between on the phone and in person with people talking, it was about 18 hours. Okay, honey. I got you, Bob. You resonate strongly with Heyoka? Wow, Bob. That's amazing, baby. Yeah, honey, send it to me. And like I said, I got a few people I still need to call. Judith, I haven't forgotten about you either, girlfriend. Understand me. I'm trying to get to you, too, and bring you up. So, yeah. So we can connect. 'Cause I know you don't live that far from me, honey. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that I'll be able to make it out your way, or we can meet halfway, hopefully within the next, hopefully soon, next few months. That would be awesome. Oh, okay. That's nice to know. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Bob. You do. And I love that about you. And I think that's why you confuse people because they don't understand that some of what you say is you joking, trying to make people laugh. Absolutely, honey. We will. Because God knows I need to get out of the house more. And I need to make an honest, conscious effort to take some weekends off so I can get and see my family too. Because I know they miss me like crazy, just as much as I miss them. So I'm going to try and make myself take 1 or 2 weekends off a month for the next couple of months through the rest of summer so I can be able to see my family and such and see the outside world. You never know. You never know what what the universe has in store. I just may find myself in trouble. And then I'll be calling y'all. Y'all need to come get me. Yeah, I know, right? I need to live a little bit more. It's crazy how much I've been cooped up inside my house. Hey, Bob, I forget to do that too, baby. So, because I know sometimes I can be a hard person to read at times. Even when y'all talking to me, I can understand sometimes you're not sure. Like, is she joking? Is she being serious? And that's kind of where I keep y'all on y'all's toes because I could be doing both at the same time, being serious and also being sarcastic, being funny, all at the same time. Okay. How you doing, DM? How's everyone feeling? Are y'all gravy this morning? New t-shirts. Yeah, I know. What kind of t-shirts you want, Sage? You talk about me making t-shirts with all my sayings on it. I got you, Sage. Yeah, I'm gonna be working on that. I'm gonna try and get some of that stuff going. Bob's supposed to be helping me with that. I gotta still look at a few things, but yes, that will be in the works. I'm not always sarcastic. Sometimes I'm sleeping. That's funny, Bob. Oh, well, I'm glad you've been able to keep up with me this morning, DM. Oh, that's cool to know, Sage. Yeah, 'cause I'll probably still need someone to help me put get the shirts and all that. 'Cause I need to keep working on my other project, which is a deck, and I'd love to have like a journal book or something too. press or screen. But yeah, we'll get it all going. I know there's great things in store. I know it. I feel it in my soul. I feel it in my bones. Things are gonna get better. Sweet Sage. Yeah, I think Bob wants to help me with that too. But yeah, I have an idea in mind that I've been trying to work on, and so sweet. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Sage. You said you know someone who has created their own deck. That'd be cool, honey. Who is it so I can support that person and check out their deck? Yeah, it'd be cool for y'all to connect. Bob's in Australia. Okay, Sage. Will you let me know, girlfriend, so I can check her out? And then I can, possibly purchase her deck from her. I like to support independent people. Quarter after 9. I need some breakfast. Let's see, quarter after 9. Okay, Sage, sounds good, honey. What sounds good for breakfast, y'all? Since I didn't eat dinner yesterday. Wow, Bob, that's impressive, baby. I know we still gotta finish working on the ones you started for me. And then I gotta figure out how to get them printed and all that. You can make me some biscuits and gravy, eggs and bacon. That sounds good, DM. I don't have none of that in my house though, baby. I'd have to go somewhere and get it. That's right too, Buttercup. Can't remember the cheese with the eggs. I like cheese eggs. That all sounds good. Some cheese eggs, some sausage, biscuits and gravy. I'd even take some bacon too. All right, Judith. Well, thank you for stopping in, girlfriend, saying hi and being here. You have a wonderful day. Be safe out there, sweetheart. Stay cool, because God knows it's been hotter than, you know, out there. Hopefully I'll see you tonight. I don't know if I'll be logging on time because I got a meeting I got to attend. I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm hoping it'll take no few hours, but we'll wait and see. So in case I'm running late tonight, y'all, that's why. Sausage, man. Ooh, that was a bright spirit orb. Hi, beautiful spirit. Y'all making me hungry. Good morning, Catherine. How you doing, honey? Starla Yim is the Butterfly Tarot. Okay, let me write that down so I can check her out. Butterfly Tarot. Oh, perfect. Sage, yeah, please do, girlfriend, so I know I got the right one. So I can check her out and take a look at that. What's got me startled? Nothing, honey. I was supposed to be on earlier than when I came on last night, but I had something come up that I had to take care of, so I ended up not getting on till later this morning. So, how you doing? Oh, thank you, sister. No, well, thank you for checking on me, Catherine. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Yes, I'm gravy. I'm gravy. You said Red Feather and Schaefer Publishing. Thank you, beautiful. Hi, Rose. How you doing, honey? You sent me the tiny house link last week. I don't recall getting it, Judith. I'll have to look again, sweetheart. Thank you. Yeah, 'cause I was looking at them the other day. Oh, I absolutely love butterflies too, so I'm sure I'm gonna be loving that one. So I'll be excited to see it. See you later, beautiful Judith. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, girlfriend. Oh, yes, honey. I love butterflies and dragonflies. Wet and windy. No, I'm sorry, Bob. I mean, it's been dry the last several days here. You know, I gotta be honest, I wouldn't mind having some rain right now. No, that's cool, Sage. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of butterflies. In fact, it's crazy because I had this moth come up to me late last night, and at first I thought it was a butterfly. It was a pretty moth. It had different colors on it. I've never seen one quite like that before. But when I first saw it, it made me think of a butterfly. Yeah, I need some water. I need some rain. I mean, it seems like it rains here almost every day, but here the last week it's been a little dry. Really, Sage? Wow, that's wild, honey. Yeah, this one, it was brown, but it had like some reds in it, and I want to say like some type of blue or something in it too. I want to say it was pretty because, like I said, when I first saw it, I thought it was a butterfly. I didn't think it was a moth until I got close because it landed right on my door in front of me. Like it flew around me, and then it landed right on my door. To where I got a good look at it real quick before it flew away. Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I know you've been out there working in that garden and trying to put that fence up. It's been too hot. Where I need some rain to help cool it off now. And yes, Catherine, pray for Texas. That's horrible what happened there. That sounds beautiful, Sage. Oh, wow, Bob. Oh, I'm glad you made it safe, baby. I like moths. I mean, have y'all ever seen a Luna moth in person? They're gorgeous. I mean, they're gorgeous. It's like It's majestic. They're gorgeous. I've seen one once and it was amazing. I got a few pictures of it too. Oh, they really are sage. And this one, when I saw it, I mean, it's like, I saw it from a distance. It's like the way the sun hit it, and it caught my attention. And I remember I walked right over to it, and it just so happened to land on, um, I think it was the arm post or something by the stairs. So it was the arm railing, and I had my phone in my hand, and I was able to capture a picture of it just in time before it flew away. It was gorgeous. Yeah, they don't live for very long, Sage. You're right. I had to look that up. I was sad to read that too. Because they said it seems like if you do ever see one, like if they land somewhere, it means that they're not going to live much longer. But this one flew away, so I was hoping it still had plenty of life left. So I'm going to probably use it on something. I've been saving the picture. Maybe it's something I'll share when I get the membership started. I'll post it there or something. Okay, Catherine. You too, honey. Have a wonderful day. See y'all. See you later, girlfriend. I know, Bob. People think we're crazy because we like deadly snakes and such. Yeah, I think so too, Sage. I do. I got the pictures. So, I can't. I'll share them with y'all when, because I do. I took it with, one of my devices. My junk food. Really, Bob? Now that would be cool to see too, baby. I can just imagine all the wild creatures you see, Bob, down there in Australia. 9:30. Wow. I know, Sage. That sounds good. Someone mentioned home fries earlier this morning. And they also mentioned eggs, and I'm like, doggone it. Made me hungry. It never fails, Sage. They always talk about food on my stream at some point. It somehow gets brought up. Oh, Nicole, I swear I think some of y'all do it on purpose to make me hungry. But yeah, they always mention food on here. To the point that people even sent me food. Which I'm not complaining. I appreciate it, y'all. All y'all who sent me packages or y'all send me money to get food, I greatly appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice, Sage. An air fryer? Nope, I don't have one of those, honey. Yeah, Bob sent me the picture of the brown snake. Yeah, I've heard a lot of great things about them. I'll definitely get me one in the future. That'll be one of the first things I get from my new place when I get my new place. Hey, Bob, that's quite all right, baby. You know me. That doesn't bother me too much, so I'm sure it'll be funny. I have too, Sage. I love snakes. I got a crazy story that most people probably wouldn't believe me, but it's a true story. Wow, that's awesome, Sage. You're all ears. Oh, you want to hear my crazy story? I mean, it even blows my mind to this day. It really does. Back in my old house, the house I sold, um, my neighbor, this neighborhood is 20, about 26 years old now. No, it's older than that now. It's mm, 28 years old, roughly 26, 28 years old, something like that. No, it's not that old, Amanda. When was it? 2001, 2002? We'll just say 2002. Um, so we're all, each one of us is the original owners of the houses on this one street, all except for one house, I think. And and this is in my old neighborhood. And we all were still living in our homes except for one house. They were renting it, which happened to be my next door neighbors. And the people they rented it to, the family was not keeping up with the yard. They would let the yard grow out of hand. All the weeds, the grass would get so tall. And we live by a creek, an actual natural spring, and it's very wooded. Like, there's one thing I love about my old neighborhood. It still had plenty of trees around. Um, Trees that were there, when they built on the land. And because they would let the grass grow out of hand, it would get so tall. And I remember I was out, I'd let my dog out one day to use the bathroom, and I had him tied to a leash that was wrapped around my porch furniture out there. He was a Chihuahua. He wasn't going anywhere. And I had walked inside the house and just had the screen door closed, and I hear him out there barking, carrying away. So I knew, he saw something. I thought he saw my neighbor or something. So I walk outside, in the backyard to get him, telling him to hush up. And as soon as I turned the corner where he had reached out to, because he got around the corner where my AC unit was sitting on the side of the house. And before I could even get to him on the side of the house, I hear a rattle. I'm like, oh crap, no. I know I didn't just hear that, and then I heard it again. So I pretty much kind of knew what my dog was barking at. So I pulled my dog's leash back to get him back inside the house and get him situated. And then I walked back out there to hear the rattle, see where this snake was at. That's the first time I've ever heard of a rattlesnake, being in that area, like even being out in my yard like that. But of course, because of the area this neighborhood was at, and because, like I said, the um, grass had grown to the extreme, that I knew my neighbor who owned the house was getting letters from the HOA about cutting it and such. And so, I kind of peek around the corner and I can see there's a rattlesnake right there wrapped around my AC unit. And I'm like, oh, great, and at first I was just gonna walk back in the house and just call animal control because I'm afraid because I have a lot of kids running around my neighborhood, including the neighbor. Like the neighbors that were renting this house had three young kids, and I didn't want them running out in the yard, which they would do, and one of them get bit. Nor do I want my dog to get bit or any other animals or anyone else to take a chance of getting bit, for that matter, especially knowing that I also had people who were coming to who take care of my yard. I both had a landscaping company that would come out there and put down like the fertilizer and the weed killer and all that to help keep my yard clear of weeds and keep it green, the grass green. And also my other neighbor owned his own landscaping business, so he would come over there and cut my yard and edge it, and the only thing I'd have to do is go out there and trim the rose bushes, and that was it. So I decided I'd go inside, and I remember I had my dog's crate. So I dragged that out, and then I went into my closet and I pulled out a pillowcase, and I grabbed I had one of those rakes that was in the garage, metal rake, and I went out there and, I pinned it down because I had a friend who was an exotic pet owner who also sold snakes, specifically rattlesnakes, and I watched him and his wife handle them, and they kind of taught me how to handle them. So it's like, can I really do this? Do I really think I could pin the snake down? And it was a baby snake. It wasn't but maybe, I don't know, 2 feet long, 2, 3 feet long, if that. It wasn't very big. So I went out there, and it took me a minute to get my courage up, but I managed to pin it down using the metal rake and got its head and was able to put it into the pillowcase and put it into my dog's crate and closed the gate and called animal control. Told them, I was like, I got a rattlesnake out here that was in my yard, and I believe I know where it probably came from and why it's here. And they were shocked that I went out there and handled it. It's like, well, I'm one of those crazy people. I love snakes. And yeah, I should be afraid of it. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you and pretend like I wasn't. But I luckily had a friend who was an exotic pet owner. And he specialized in rattlesnakes specifically. So I actually got up close and personal with some rattlesnakes that he would breed and sell them to whoever. And so, yeah, so you don't have to, the guy don't have to worry about coming here trying to catch a snake. I already caught it out. I didn't want to leave it out there because I was afraid it was going to bite a kid or a pet or something. So yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yes, I'm not crazy. It was a beautiful snake too. I mean, like I said, it took me a few times. It almost got me. It almost got me. But so did that, and then of course, one of my trips to Florida, when I had to drive down there to visit um, relatives, I had to stop at the gas station halfway down because they lived past Tampa. They lived past Orlando, like Sarasota area, and so I'd have to fill up the car a couple of times on my way there, and stop at one of the gas stations to fill up the car, and go inside to get a drink and something else. And I walked into the convenience store, it was empty. Like there wasn't anybody even at the register. And I'm looking around like, huh? And I'm thinking maybe they're in the back, like maybe they're stocking the fridge. I didn't know. And I remember I yelled out, hello, is anybody here? But I didn't see anybody, and I waited a few minutes, and because I did grab a drink out of the fridge, and I didn't want to walk out because I'm paying with a credit card, and it's not like I can just pull out a few dollars and lay it on the counter, for my drink, and they could see I'm leaving it. I had no cash, so I needed them to come to the register to ring me out to use my credit card. So I sat there, stood there for another minute, and then I hear the door open on the side, and I see this woman's head poke out, and she's like, "What can I help you with?" And it's like, "I'm just here to buy these couple of drinks, And she's like, "Oh, go ahead and take them. Don't worry about it. I got it." And I'm like, well, I don't have any cash on me to leave this for you. Can you please come and ring me out? Because I have a credit card. That's all I got. And she was like, no, don't worry about it. You know, don't worry about it. Just go ahead and please leave. And I just kind of looked at her. I'm like, is everything okay? And she's like, yeah, there's just a water moccasin here, and so I'm trying to stay locked up in the office, and I'm waiting for animal control to come and get the snake. And it's like, oh. And I remember I just looked at her and it's like, well, do you want me to try and help you catch this before they get here? I'm not afraid of snakes. As crazy as that sounds, I've already handled a rattlesnake myself. And her eyes just got really big. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. She's like, no, I can't, take that chance. The liability, of course. And it's like, are you sure? And I didn't want to leave her there with this, rattlesnake running around. It was somewhere out there in the opening, right by the register, even though she's locked in the office. But, you know, worried, something would happen to her before someone shows up to get this snake. And she insisted. She's like, no, no, that she wouldn't let me do it. It's like, okay. I offered. I would have tried, but you know. Yeah, I'm one of those adrenaline junkies. I am. I told y'all I'm not afraid. I mean, it's like I told y'all. I've even handled a tarantula. I'm not afraid. So don't ask me why, but I'm not. So I could only hope and pray that that woman was okay and they got the water moccasin. I never saw it. She just told me it was out there. She saw it. It's like, okay. Oh, they definitely were. Know that my adrenaline was pumping, especially when I caught the one in my yard. But that was several years ago. Um, it was way before I tore my shoulder. I remember that. Oh, wow, that's beautiful, Bob. Oh, oh, that's gorgeous. Wow. Those pictures are gorgeous, baby. Thank you. And the frogs, those are cute. Good morning, Debs. Yeah, beautiful. Well, I got on late. I didn't get on till 4 o'clock this morning. That's what time I logged on, started the stream. How you doing? I was getting ready to get off here in a few minutes. That one picture is gorgeous, Bob, of the sunset. Wow. I gotta find me some real food now because I didn't eat yesterday. I just munched. Mm. Oh yeah, you already know, Sage. The water moccasins and the copperheads are bad around here. Oh, you are so welcome, Sage. Oh, okay, Debs. Well, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that everything goes well at your appointment today, girlfriend. Yes, that one, Bob. That's gorgeous. I actually, every afternoon, evening now, when it gets to be around 7:30, 8 o'clock, if not maybe a few minutes later, I get those same colors out here when the sun sets and the way it hits the clouds. It's gorgeous. I love it. It's probably the only thing that reminds me of home, of California, the way the sun sets off the beach, off the water over there. So it's some gorgeous colors. And I've taken a picture one day. Um, I've been trying to get another picture, and I just haven't done it yet because it's like when I was out there the other day and I saw it, I was on the phone talking to somebody, so I couldn't take a picture right then and there, but I will. I'll get a picture and try and share it with y'all so y'all can see what I see. I love that, Sage. Like I said, I love snakes. Snakes don't scare me. Spiders don't scare me. Even if they're poisonous, I'm an adrenaline junkie. What can I say? If I'm able and brave enough to handle a tarantula and a rattlesnake, yeah, I'm that kind of crazy. So, your lounge room turns orange. I bet. Like I said, I'll try and get a picture. I have to remind myself to look out there tonight, and grab a picture of the sun setting up against the clouds. It's just it's breathtaking. It's gorgeous. It's like I know, and even in the mornings when the sun's coming up, because I got glass in my front door, so if I walk by, like when I come out of my office and I'm going into the other side of the house, I'm going right by my front door, and there's a window, there's glass in the door, so I get to see out there when the sun rises, and it's beautiful too. I've got some beautiful sunrises out there, just seeing it through the window real quick, walking by. Oh, that sounds gorgeous too, Debs. I love all that. Yeah, they do, Sage. I love them too. I've been trying to make sure I walk outside around that time so I can watch sunset at least. I don't always get to, because if I'm streaming, I'm usually getting ready, to stream. So I'm either just getting out of the shower or I'm in the middle of getting dressed, so I may not always catch it. But oh, hi, beautiful spirit. Sorry, I just saw a blue spirit orb landing on my keyboard. Um, so I may not always be able to walk out there and catch it or remember, but I try to. And it was even like last night, I got to see the moon, and it was beautiful. Exactly, Bob. Yeah, Sage. Catch one or the other. That's what I'm gonna do. Hmm. Oh, that's beautiful, Bob. Yeah, I can sit out in my garage and watch the sunset. Um, and then I'll also see it even reflect in my backyard, and it's beautiful too. Whether I can see it in front of my house or in the back. Definitely, Debs. I think so. I agree. Dang, they're over there working away for real. They're like in a hurry to get that house finished. Well, my beautiful people, it's 10 in the morning. I reckon I should get off here since I don't have any readings. Since I don't have any more readings. So I can catch a few hours of sleep. And then so I can get up this afternoon for my meeting and come back and stream tonight with y'all. Like I said, I might run late tonight, y'all. I don't know, because I don't know how long this meeting's going to take. I'm hoping it'll be done before 10 p.m. Eastern, but in case it's not, just know I might be running late because of that. So, but I hope to see y'all back here tonight with me and hang out with y'all and do some more paid readings and chat, because I do miss y'all when I'm not talking with y'all, when I'm not here. I've gotten to know many of y'all, and I've enjoyed getting to know each and every one of y'all, those who I've connected with offline, just as much as I connect with y'all here. So, my beautiful people, I hope you have a wonderful, beautiful day, or maybe afternoon or evening. I can't forget about you, Bob. Since you're way ahead of us, you're in my future, as I like to say. So, I hope to see y'all back here tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern. Like I said, if not, it might be a little bit later, but I'll be here. God willing, I'll be back here tonight. So, y'all, beautiful people, have a wonderful day. Many blessings to y'all. Take care. Until next time, good morning, good night. Bye.